القطاع الخاص لتسريع وتيرة النمو وتحقيق التنمية المستدامة، ولفتح قطاعات جديدة وتعزيز سلاسل الإمداد وخلق طلب أكبر يسهم في تحقيق الازدهار. اليوم الفرص متاحة في كل جانب من جوانب الاقتصاد، وقد جرى استعراضها خلال منتدى صندوق الاستثمارات العامة والقطاع الخاص، لأن التقدم يتحقق بفضل شراكات مثمرة أساسها حوارات بناءة متبوعة بتعاون فعال يثمر عن نتائج واقعية ومؤثرة. بعد اختتام المنتدى تستمر الرحلة حاملة المزيد من الفرص المتاحة لشركات القطاع الخاص والمستثمرين. إنها لحظتنا بكل ما تحمله من زخم وفرص، حيث نسير معا نحو المستقبل بخطى ثابتة. أهلاً بكم في النسخة الرابعة من منتدى صندوق الاستثمارات العامة والقطاع الخاص.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
The most merciful, the most gracious, we would like to welcome you.
PIF Private Sector Forum. Of course, we have a full program on this stage, and today's program focuses on strengthening the foundation of urban development, first of all, through resilient supply chain, a mature construction ecosystem, future-ready talent, innovative design, modern construction methods, and sustainable financing models. Today, we have a very great program, and we will start with our session that will explore how collaboration between the public and the private sector can actually accelerate delivery, improve productivity, and unlock long-term national value in alignment with Saudi's development ambitions. Let us begin with our first session. I introduce to you the moderator, which is my name is Yasser Sagaf, and I will be your MC as well for the whole day. This session is called Accelerating Development of Deep Local Supply Chain of Construction Products. It examines, first of all, the critical role of deep local supply chain in enabling efficient, resilient, and sustainable construction delivery. The discussion will actually focus on identifying bottlenecks, addressing supply chain challenges, leveraging innovation, and strengthening collaboration across stakeholders while highlighting real challenges and success stories and sustainable sourcing practices that we can highlight today. We are joined by senior leaders from PIF, MISA, Roshan Group, Masdar today, bringing together perspective across policy, investment, manufacturing, and of course, development. Let me introduce my speakers. Please welcome Leila Abdimunova, Head of Real Estate and Construction Department at PIF. Mr. Al-Badr Fouda, Deputy Minister for Industry Development and Deputy Chief General and Advisor to His Excellency the Vice Minister at the Ministry of Industry and Mineral Resources. Thank you for being with us. Fahad Al-Hashim, Assistant Deputy Minister of Services Sector at the Ministry of Investment. Of course, Fahad overseeing strategic planning and execution across service sectors aligned with the vision of Saudi 2030. Ian McBride, Executive Director, Commercial at Roshan Group. Last but not least, Mr. Faisal Al-Mahedib, CEO of Masdar, a leading building and construction material company in Saudi Arabia. I welcome my dear panelists and thank you for being with us today. We start, opening the stage with this great panel and a very important subject. I would like to start by asking Ms. Leila, how is PIF enabling private sector participation to strengthen local construction supply chains? And then we will start asking our panelists as well. We will open with you, Ms. Leila, and the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Yasser, and good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the Private Sector Forum and to the Urban Development and Livability Zone. So let me start, first of all, by maybe setting the scene, the problem that we're trying to solve.
Yes.
So what the issue that we're dealing with, we're trying to ensure that the developments and the projects that were set in the Vision 2030 and PIF strategies across the real estate development can be delivered in time and on budget. this requires the availability of the products and services across the whole construction ecosystem. We're talking about contracting services, we're talking about the technology, we're talking about the real estate development operations themselves, and of course, last but not least, we're talking about the manufacturing sector, and we're talking about the sector of building materials, construction equipment, and machinery. So our approach in PIF is not just about deploying our own capital into the development of the sectors, but also to facilitate it by inviting private sector partners to work together with us, creating opportunities, working along together with our portfolio companies, and supporting our partners across the whole investor journey from the very beginning and until the end. What it means, obviously, it starts with the demand, the aggregation and the signaling demand. It is the support which is provided across all the stages of the feasibility study, the setting up, the receiving all the government approvals, and finally all the operational challenges that need to be resolved by the investors. So today we are proud to say that we have actual results. We have in total identified more than 60 opportunities across 21 different product categories. We have 47 companies which have already committed to invest in the kingdom, with 13 factories which are now in operations, and more factories are in the process of being set up. More than 180 factories are currently in the pipeline. And in total, we're talking with almost 300 investors from different countries globally, and also, of course, with our partners in Saudi Arabia. So today you have seen, first of all, I think a lot of people here in the audience today are the proof. You are our partners with whom we have been working for over a number of years. And today in the plenary session, if you had an opportunity to be there, in his opening remarks, His Excellency greeted about 100 investors, leaders of the companies who have committed to invest in Saudi Arabia. So what I should say is our work is paying off. So our approach was very hands-on, supporting our partners all the way through.
Amazing, supporting our partners all the way. We heard it from the host. Thank you, Leila. And of course, we are joined by the Ministry of Industry and Mineral Resources, Al-Badr Foda. From the Ministry's perspective today, what are the most impactful enablers currently accelerating localization of construction products?
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Pleasure being here. Thank you for the question. I think for any business to flourish, demand would be the first driver for investors to invest. And Saudi Arabia has always been a land of opportunity since a long time ago. Actually, building material manufacturing was established in Saudi a long time ago, along with different construction projects that we have along the time. Then the sector actually started exporting its products and expanding. And now Saudi, as you know, continues to attract investors in building material industry via high demanding national mega projects such as Saudi Expo 2030 and World Cup 2034, and then the Red Sea projects and different other projects around the kingdom. In addition, residential projects driven by organic demand and executed by national companies such as the National Housing Company and PIF companies, as well as the private sector, always also continues to be there, and that attracts definitely investors from local and international markets. And since every component is made of components, our ministry or Ministry of Industry and Mineral Resources has analyzed those components to identify opportunities for investors. So usually we publish different opportunities within the building material industry along with different incentives. Let me just focus on some of the incentives that we provide or enablers. We have standard incentives. Standard incentive is a 50 million riyal grant that is given to an investor who is investing for products that are manufactured for the first time within the kingdom.
In Saudi.
In Saudi Riyadh, yes. And then we have the Future Factory program, which is meant to transform the industrial sector from depending on low wages and low skills labor into automation. And we cover 25% of equipment costs for investors. And the third program, it's called Rawabat program. It's supply and demand program established within the ministry. It connects sellers to buyers. So through that program, we have made about 3 billion riyals of sales for our factories last year. So through that program, we can connect different companies around the kingdom, from national champions, PIF companies and others, to local manufacturers. And definitely we have started with the building material since 2 years ago. These are just three of the main enablers that we do with the ministry, but definitely we welcome different investors to visit our website and look into different incentives, services and enablers that we can provide. We also have within our ecosystem the National Development Industrial Center, which is the bureau of experts in the industrial sector, focusing on a technical point of view, helping and guiding the investor towards his journey in investing in the manufacturing sector.
Amazing. As you said, the land of opportunities. And in the land of opportunities, we need to accelerate the development of a deeper, more maybe competitive local construction supply chain. How is MISA doing that? And from your perspective, what are the most, let me phrase the question. How is Saudi Arabia accelerating the development of a deeper and more competitive local construction supply chain?
Thank you for that correction. Of course, what we do at the Ministry of Investment is always a collaborative effort between us and our colleagues at the PIF and the Ministry of Industry. But, I mean, before I answer how, I think everybody needs to know why.
Why? Yes.
Now, for many of you who have witnessed and have looked at the kingdom and hear about the construction boom or the construction growth, but never probably have heard a quantification. So if you look at the construction contribution to the GDP as a CAGR growth in the last couple of years, it was 13%. Today, construction is 20% of all capital formation in the kingdom. And if you look at real estate as well, the real estate's CAGR growth in GDP contribution is 5%. But its capital formation CAGR growth is actually 23% in the last couple of years. So we're not actually talking about there is still growth to be anticipated in the future. We're telling you in numbers, the growth is recorded on site, on the ground, in projects you see today. But it's not just the performance of the market as is. It's actually the projected demand. Now Saudi, and also in its surrounding markets, that it is definitely most suited to supply, speaking of the GCC, projected there should be over $1 trillion of construction spent. And I'm not just saying that as in PIF, we're talking about infrastructure projects, rail projects, national strategy induced projects, and projects in many of the, as I mentioned, infrastructure as such, energy, water, and projects that are driven by the mega events that are coming up, i.e. Expo, the World Cup, etc. Now to the how. Now, how are we doing this? I would say there is two methods. A, there is mechanisms that are already in place, mechanisms that are proven, and there is existing efforts. So let's start with existing efforts. In order to deepen the supply chain, it's not just about bringing in factories. No, it's about actually starting with the suppliers or the service providers and attracting them to also bring their entire ecosystem with them. So if we look at the contractor market in Saudi, as is everywhere in the world, 98% of contractors is SMEs. So in order to enable these companies to serve the market well, you need to have strong, large players in the market. We've seen PIF step into to protect and ensure that there is a solid base of large contractors without major interference by taking minority stake in a few of the large contractors in the market. All other contractors, international contractors that come into the market, what we're doing in the ministry is setting up partnership programs. Partnership programs, of course, with ecosystem or let's say private sector representatives in the kingdom, saying the Saudi Contractors Authority, the Ministry of Municipalities and Housing, through what we call an international contractor office. Amazing. Which all of these entities work with us to ensure A, we attract suppliers to the market, executors of projects. They can actually know who are the manufacturers that are manufacturing in the market. They can actually access the database of subcontractors in the market to be able to really draw a full picture for this supply chain deepening from a services and a manufacturing point of view. Amazing. The second approach is, of course, modularization and manufacturing-led delivery. And that is also a balance we are striking with standardization, but also enabling the off-site assembly or off-site manufacturing of many of the construction products. Now, to not take too long, I see somebody tapping his watch, so most likely I'm taking a bit longer.
I'm just trying to save time.
But the last point I would just say is there has been great efforts done by the government. We have local content mandatory in government procurement. We have seen exceptional results in programs led by our national champions, Aramco with the Iktiva program, and of course the Musahama program by PIF. These are one of many initiatives that we are actively seeking to deepen the supply chain, but also actively expanding the ecosystem development that will enable this success.
Amazing, thank you. Okay, we'll jump to Roshan and Masdar as well now. I'll speak to Roshan first. Ian, from your perspective, what are the most critical bottlenecks that need to be addressed? After speaking to PIF and the Ministry of Industry and MISA, I want you to maybe highlight the need to be addressed, these bottlenecks that will scale local construction supply chains faster.
So look, it's a very good question. And sort of 5 years into the journey that we're on as Roshan, my colleagues at the ministries and PIF have done a fantastic job of closing down many of the bottlenecks. So if you'd asked us 5 years ago, it would have been, we need demand. A year later, it would have been standardization. I think we've all got very mature now, and particularly for foreign investors coming into the kingdom, the key challenge now that needs to be addressed is everyone understanding that risk should sit with the party best able to manage that risk. So as we move away from traditional demand-based offtake agreements for the future, we're now starting to look more towards collaboration and trust-based engagements with our supply chain and our supply chains with us. So a big bottleneck for Roshan as a private developer is the market shifts. The market changes, so it's very difficult to standardize and lock in one product for a number of years. So we look to our partners to be flexible, dynamic, understand that in real estate and construction you have ups and downs, and how do you overcome that? If you have a very robust contracting setup, both of you can find yourself in trouble, whereas you need to have this collaborative approach where you trust each other and understand there'll be easy parts and hard parts, and how do you overcome those transparently is the key thing we're working on at the moment. With success, it's working out.
Success is maybe the the big highlight.
100%.
What everyone is looking for. How is Saudi Arabia accelerating the development of a deeper and more competitive local construction supply chain? A question to Masdar as well, Mr. Faisal Mahedib. Maybe you can answer that as well.
تحياتي والسلام عليكم.
أهلا وسهلا.
Very good afternoon. Happy to be here. So when we look today at the new regulation happening in the kingdom and how Saudi Arabia is trying to accelerate that. So, I'll give you an example from the private sector where I was there. So first of all, PIF came and said, we would like to invest in a national champion and push them forward. So when they came to us, they gave us a mandate. They gave us 3 main points. Number one, they said, you need to enhance the customer experience while shopping for building materials. Second thing, they said that we need you to localize a big part of your supply chain. And the third, you need to help and support the Vision 2030 construction industry. So today, investing in a national champion is part of that. Another thing, bringing a lot of companies together within something called cluster, clusterization, where they have created a lot of clusters in the kingdom. For example, Mudun is one of the most successful clusters in the kingdom, where they have brought a lot of the industries in one place, and they made it easier for investors to invest and scale up production. And this was a success story. Same thing also they have done in King Salman Spark, King Salman Energy Park, where they came and said, we would like this area to be specialized to help support and scale up the industrial activity within the petrochemical industry. The second thing is that they focus more into the localization mandate. They want to localize big part of the industry in the kingdom. So they have created Musahama. Musahama is a PIF initiative to localize part of the supply chain within the kingdom. They have also created, Aramco created Activa. Activa is a very strong and a beautiful program where we, Masdar, participated in to help and support the local industry within the kingdom. Third is also they have created agency, a local content agency, هيئة المحتوى المحلي, where they said that we will give you scoring, where you should score up if you want to participate more into the business within the kingdom. So this is second part. Third part, they focused with us a lot to make sure that we move the construction industry from site to an industry. So I remember 20 years ago when I used to go and shop around and sell building materials, we used to go to sites and we see a lot of constructions happening on the site. Nowadays, a big part of it is happening within the industrial sector, and then they are moved in, exactly as Ian has said. So this is also a part from the regulation to help to push forward and accelerate the building and construction industry.
Amazing. So I have 5 heavy speakers, panelists on this stage, and I only have 30 minutes, and it's a bummer. So I'll go ahead with the second question, Faisal, briefly. What partnerships models are proving most effective in scaling local manufacturing and sourcing?
And I think,
in a brief,
very quickly. Today we are living the golden age of the construction industry in the kingdom. Today we have very wise leadership. Today we have a clear vision, supporting government, and a very stable monetary policy. These 4 things came together and created some sort of an El Dorado, where everybody is there. So you have today the BOT business, build, operate, transfer, and we have seen this happening a lot within the building material industry. We have seen also the anchor tenant, where they would come in and they would say, we will do the beginning and you continue. Exactly as Roshan has done that. They said, we will do the first phases and then we will give it later on to the private sector. So those 2 things has helped to accelerate.
Amazing. Jumping to Roshan right away, how important is demand certainty in enabling manufacturers to invest and actually expand locally?
So look,
briefly, Ian, please.
Very briefly, it's very important. What you need is not just demand. You need bankable demand, real demand that can be risk assessed and banked on. So we've had great success with this through our local content program at Roshan. We've got our booth outside. I'd encourage everyone to come and see some of the success stories we've got. We've had major investments from some of our partners. We've got a 200,000 square metre precast factory on our site, which was a product of that bankable demand that we were able to guarantee our supply chain. We've got a nursery in the west coast of the kingdom where we produce from seed over 65,000 locally grown trees a year. These are all based on actual, committed, real demand that is a product of the work the kingdom's been doing to accelerate the diversification away from oil.
Amazing. Jumping to Misa, I would like to ask what partnership models are proving most effective in scaling local manufacturing and sourcing? Fahad.
We're answering the same questions, giving two different point of views. I'll keep it very brief. I think for what models are most effective, I can only say there is three key components all investors should look at. A, operating JVs and co-investment platforms, where we are seeing international partners bring know-how, technology, and that is usually matched with a local's partner knowledge on execution on the ground and ability to navigate local ecosystem, local regulations and policies. These types of partnerships we have seen historically have been the most successful. Creating such investment platforms where we can actually increase capability and match that with the level of contracting maturity that is needed. The second, of course, is creating an anchor supplier consortium. And that is usually married with, I wouldn't say standardization, but a semi-standardization of component hubs, where we can allow an aggregation of specific components to allow for industrialization and create sub-hubs, such hubs that can serve a cluster of projects and many different products at once. Therefore, making that localization effort feasible to the private sector. And the third, and I think we both alluded to initially, which is localization-linked competitiveness. We've seen LCGPA and the government procurement law allowing for that. As I mentioned earlier, programs such as ICTFA and Musahama and PIF. So I think these three key aspects are key to success and are the bedrock of successful partnership models.
Amazing.
To achieve what we want to do.
Great. So we have mentioned by Misa the partnership models that are proving most effective in scaling local manufacturing and sourcing. Now, jumping to the Ministry of Industry, what should private sector players prioritize today, better, to align with national industry strategies?
Well, first of all, I strongly recommend that an investor should look at the National Industrial Strategy, actually read it. I met so many investors that heard about it, but actually a few of them actually went through it. The strategy contains about 1 trillion of investment opportunities in the manufacturing sector in Saudi Arabia. And we have 12 strategic sectors. Building material is one of them. So first thing is to go through the strategy itself, understand the environment, understand the enablers available and the services and the incentives. The second thing is consulting the ministry itself. We have investment team on ground that could help through the investment journey, but the technical side, as I mentioned, is with the National Industrial Development Center. They have 12 teams, technical teams, experts who can guide the investor in every term.
And that is reachable?
Sorry?
That is reachable?
That is reachable, and definitely you can just log into their website, nidc.gov.sa, and then view the different experts there and consult them, or just contact us at the ministry. And definitely we publish all the opportunities through Invest Saudi website. So usually we publish a booklet for every opportunity that contains the market size, market demand, the capital needs for the investment, etc. So usually such information is basic information that any investor would need to make up his mind towards the first step in approaching the ministry. So we strongly also advise to visit Invest Saudi to learn more about different opportunities. In a nutshell, we have more than 200 incentives, services, and enablers published in a booklet on mim.gov.sa. So you may utilize all of these different incentives and enablers. They are designed for two purposes, either to decrease the costs in your income statement or increase your profits. So they are designed to do that. Please utilize them. If you have any questions, don't hesitate to contact us at the ministry or consult Invest Saudi. Thank you for that.
Thank you. We will end with two questions, Leila. The session has been great. From PIF's perspective, what are, first of all, key barriers and bottlenecks that still need to be addressed to further accelerate localization, first of all, and investment across construction materials and equipment? We'll hear your answer, then I'll ask you the final session question that I would like to ask you.
Thank you, Yasser. So I think, and thank you for all the speakers, I think it became very clear that the opportunity is here. What we're talking about is not the opportunity, is not the scale of opportunity. What we need today in the localization space, we need speed. Speed. The speed of localization is very important. This construction boom will not continue forever. If we do not utilize it to build this strong, resilient manufacturing capability in the kingdom, we will lose it. So, based on our experience, we believe there are three main issues that need to be resolved in collaboration across the whole ecosystem. So, number one is the speed of setup. We're talking about the speed from the point when feasibility study is complete, when opportunity is clear, until the registration is done, the permits are received, the land is identified, the workforce is hired. In our experience, unfortunately, it takes about, on average, 2.5 years from the point investment is being committed and until the factory is open. And I believe that this time can be significantly shortened. The second issue that we're dealing is the issue of the availability of land and infrastructure, and we're not talking just land. We're talking about developed industrial land with plug-and-play factories which are ready to move in. So this can be developed in collaboration together with our partners in the Ministry of Industry, our partners in Modern, our own colleagues in PIF, and also obviously our partners in the logistics and industrial space who can help us develop and operate such industrial zones. Okay. And third but not least, it's the market visibility. What we're missing today is just simple information. What capacity is available, what additional capacity is upcoming, what are the prices for the key products, and so forth. So just making the market as transparent as possible.
Okay, amazing. Just quickly to close this session, how important is collaboration across the ecosystem between PIF and its development companies, government stakeholders? You mentioned that, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so what would you say? What is your final message today?
So I think for us, collaboration stands on three main foundations. First of all, it's our own portfolio companies. I think this is where it begins and where it ends, because they are the generators of the demand, but also these companies, they are ready to enter into partnership agreements, and also these are your own clients who will be buying your products at the end. So having a strong relationship with the portfolio companies is very important. Second one, obviously, is our partners in the private sector. We need your commitment, we need your knowledge, we need your experience in order to facilitate this very important localization process. And third but not least, our partners in the government ecosystem. Without the support from our partners in the Ministry of Industry, Ministry of Investment, Ministry of Housing, and across the whole government ecosystem, it will not be impossible to do it. At the end of the day, we're all solving the same problem. We're trying to develop a competitive, diversified economy in Saudi Arabia.
Amazing. PIF,
Mr.
ladies and gentlemen.
May I comment?
Yes,
I would like
we
to
have to
comment.
end it, but quickly, please.
Yeah, in 1 minute. Actually, what you commented here was really recognized, and I think that without challenges there are no developments. So what I wanted to comment on is that it is really important for investors to communicate with the different governmental bodies. For an investor who would like to invest in the manufacturing sector, we have different clusters around the kingdom. We have a plan for the distribution of lands from now until 2035. So it is really important to communicate with the ministry to understand the best and suitable place for plug and play. And definitely there will be some challenges here and there, but this is the first thing. The second thing is that we have new solutions. We have a build to suit. So the government actually builds the factory, and then you have just to bring in your equipment and start producing. So this is one of the challenges that we have recognized, and Mudun started bringing in this different solution. And that goes on the list. So, but I say, it's important to communicate with government in order for us to help you.
Amazing.
Don't try just to figure out by yourself. It will take some time.
Okay.
Let's do it faster for you.
Message is clear, and what's clear also today that this discussion shows that we are building deep local construction supply chains, and it is already on, or let me say it, underway, inshallah. PIF, Mim, Misa, Roshan, and Masdar. Thank you very much, our panelists. Let's give it up, please. Next session, okay, no problem. I'll introduce the session. We'll wait for our panelists. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, our next session is called or titled Ensuring on Time and on Budget Delivery of Real Estate Projects Advancing Construction's Ecosystem Maturity. Will be moderated by Joseph Mazloom, partner and Dubai office leader of Oliver Wayman. Please stay tuned for the next session. Thank you. right, ladies and gentlemen, open them up. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for the second session, ensuring on time and on budget delivery of real estate projects, advancing construction, ecosystem maturity. Please welcome Joseph Mazloom, partner at Dubai, office leader of Oliver Wyman. He will be the moderator of this session, will introduce his panelists. Please.
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for joining us for this panel. Let me start with a brief intro of our panelists, starting with Mr. Mohammed Ajlan, Chairman of the Saudi Contractor Authority. We have Nasser Shawaf, CEO of Al Bawani, Hamad Saad, President of the Development Company of Diraiya, Davendra Dabasia, CEO of MACE International, and our PIF rep, Abdurrahman Alati, Head of Real Estate and Construction Sector. Thank you all for being here today. A quick intro to our topic. So the kingdom is building at a scale and pace that has never been seen before. And when projects slip, this is not only costs, it's not only time, it is revenue locked, it's capital locked, it's revenue delayed, and it's confidence that gets priced in each and every bid that follows. Delivering on time and on cost is what will make Vision 2030 happen, right? Predictable outcomes, bankable returns, and most importantly, a construction ecosystem that is maturing and that is scaling in a way to avoid rework, waste, and disputes among the ecosystem. So let's unpack this in 2 rounds for today. First, we'll be discussing the challenges, what has been slowing down the ecosystem as a whole, and then we'll look into solutions. So first, Hamad, with yourself, would like to get your views on what is changing demand and delivery expectations in the construction ecosystem as a whole.
Thank you very much, first of all, to be here. I'm happy to be among here professionals who are in the industry of real estate and construction. I can see that what's happening, we are witnessing in Saudi Arabia is a big transformation that is happening with our Vision 2030. And I believe PIF is driving the momentum with the quality of the project. So the standard is raising. Now the consumer behavior in the market, either from owners or from end user, the standards are rising up. However, if we come to the industry, there are some challenges, scattered there and scattered there. We need to be focused in maturity, because if we are mature, we will have productivity is more, the investor confidence will be higher, which will lead us to a sustainable ecosystem and a sustainable economy. Hence, this will impact on developer and also on contractor. Unfortunately, sometimes we are based on the lower value of project. This is not more gonna happen, because this will lead to delay, will lead to fail of project, but with balanced contract, with like a dispute board, with the avoidance of dispute early with this dispute board, we will make sure that these projects are happening on time with the quality, and it's win-win. Because there is some complexity in construction. It's not like selling this product or this product. The production pipeline is known, so you know what's your input, what's your output. But unfortunately, in construction, there is some ambiguity. This is the nature everywhere in the world. And the time frame is, let's say, 3 years sometimes. And in a mega project or complicated project, it will take even more, to 5 years. So it's, I believe, sometimes impossible to hedge for such a product or such a price for 5 years. So the need and the base is to have a balanced contract between the owner and the contractor, hence, which will also create a healthy supply chain. Also, the supply chain is very important, because if there is any drop from both sides, contractor or owner, it will affect also the supply chain. The supply chain also we are speaking about a big ecosystem, a whole one.
Thank you, Mohammed. And you did raise a very important point. Contractors tend to be onboarded a bit late into the process, and we will be discussing early contractor involvement as part of our discussion. Nasir, you're on the ground. You're the CEO of one of the largest contracting firms in the kingdom. What are the real constraints, the top constraints that you see on the ground in your project? And you are working on some of the largest projects across the kingdom.
Well, thank you for having me. It's exciting times to be in Saudi. This event is a testament of the energy, which is really unparalleled globally. When the rest of the world is a bit stagnating, Saudi is indeed a bright spot. So if I would simplify, our clients want everything by yesterday with a 50% discount. But if I would be a bit more elaborate, you have two dimensions. The local dimensions, you had Vision 2030 being announced. It's highly ambitious, promoting new industries, tourism, entertainment, pushing mining, electric vehicles, shipping, the list goes on and on. You have the quality improvements program, quality of life program. You have the program for attracting multinationals to have their head offices in the region. The Minister of Investment mentioned that 700 already moved to Saudi. So you've had really incredible kind of momentum. And then you added on top of that things that we weren't really expecting, which is, Asian Games, Expo 2030, and the World Cup 2034. So that, in essence, creating that overheating in the local market. Now, what complicated things is the global dimension. You've had the Ukraine war, which we all kind of hear about in the news, but it had a profound impact on that sector. So yes, so you've had, it ignited inflationary pressure in commodities, energy prices, even on grains. Yeah? So that is not something you can discount. That also prompted central banks around the world to raise interest rates. So our borrowing cost went between 1 to 2% 4 or 5 years ago to 5 to 6%. So those are real concerns, that when you add to all the overheating in the local market, creates a very difficult market conditions. That doesn't mean we can't do it. We certainly can. But obviously we need to kind of think together and have a much more better framework in risk sharing. And I believe we'll come into that shortly.
Thank you, Nasir. So for you, interestingly, the macro conditions are a big constraint. Absolutely. There's, of course, the way of working as an ecosystem, but macro conditions do put a lot of pressure on yourselves, on contractors in general. Thank you for that. Mohammed, I have a simple question for you. Okay. Where do you believe that developers waste most time and money in this whole process of building projects? And so where is the most leakage in this whole value chain? And we'll discuss in the second round how we can fix it, most importantly.
That's the simple question. Good afternoon, everyone, first of all. And thank you for having me. And thanks for our partners here. It's a very sophisticated question. It's not a simple question. And,
it's simply phrased.
It's simply
Where do we lose most?
Exactly. How long do we have to answer the question? Now, trying to summarize it into 3 key aspects. First is clarity. From the developer side, starting from the vision of the project, it has to be clear. And we have to work with our board, with our stakeholders to truly understand what we are trying to develop. The lack of clarity in many projects will lead to delays later. Going back to the vision, going back to the concept of the project. And then clarity along the way on each and every single step. Clarity in the master planning, clarity of the design, clarity of the contract terms, clarity of the procurement strategy. You have to be clear in each and every step so your partners, your stakeholders understand exactly the next steps and what they're getting themselves into. The second aspect, I believe, is experience. And this is where I believe the market is maturing, back to what Muhammad said. We are learning, all of us as a market. We are developing new projects and new asset classes that were not really developed previously. So the learning curve is improving. And when you compare where we are today and 6-7 years ago, definitely there is a level of maturity. And experience comes with time and bringing the right capabilities and the right expertise. The third aspect is true partnership. Back to what Akh Nasser mentioned. When the market is heated up, when the contractor is struggling with the supply chain, with hyperinflation, with things outside their control, the developers have to step in with a partnership hat on. So it's not always penalizing and applying LDs. It doesn't help anyone. So I think if we truly embrace these three aspects, clarity, experience and knowledge, and true partnerships, many of the delays can be proactively managed.
Thank you, Mohammed. Again, the idea of partnership among ecosystem players is coming back again, which highlights the importance. And Abdurrahman, you'll be discussing that also shortly. Davendra, thanks for being with us today also. So MACE works across the mega and giga projects across the kingdom, and we'd be interested to see what are the main failure points that you have seen across all those projects, and maybe also get a glimpse of how MACE has tackled those issues abroad in other markets and is implementing them here in order to improve the overall efficiency of the system.
Thank you. And look, thank you for having me here. It's a real privilege for me to be here. So we're in a really great position. We work with Mohammed and a number of the big developers across the kingdom. And what's really interesting is that the failure points here in the macroeconomics that Nazar talked about are the same globally in our sector. So we produced a report about major programs and the successes and failures of them. And you see a very similar trend in Saudi Arabia on the giga programs. And we've been talking to Abdul Rahman about some of those opportunities, which I think is really important. In a lot of countries we work in around the world, those failure points are not looked at and programs just continuously go backwards. So there's always the same issues that most major programs globally face. One is about really good governance, and partnership, and that's been used across the piece. That governance model in place like London 2012 was really, really clear. Every single entity of the ecosystem knew what their role was, their responsibilities, accountabilities, empowerment was. And we see that changing in Saudi Arabia, but that's a really, really important point. The second part is a lot of programs around the world, they start too early. The design's immature. Procurement starts too early. It puts great pressure on the contracting organizations, the developers, the clients to actually manage that interface and change. So I always believe that you have to start programs at the right time. The rush to start a program too early creates huge challenges further downstream on delivering on time and cost. And I think also really importantly is having that supply chain really well motivated, the right risk reward mechanism, exactly as Mohammed said. That partnership, MACE can't deliver, we're a project program manager, we can influence. The developer, the clients can only provide the framework, but ultimately the contractors, the supply chain have to be really well motivated and financially rewarded for doing the right things. Where you see that working really well, you have incentives all the way down the supply chain, which is really aligned through the ecosystem, and that's really important. So there's 3 or 4 things that are common in terms of failure points, but they can all be resolved. And I'm really fortunate working with Mohammed. The thing that's important now in every major program is productivity. Yeah. Productivity from every single element of the job, from design to delivery, and having a single source of truth. Mohammed was really forceful over our 5-year partnership in saying, please deliver this single source of truth. BIM models, all the digital architecture, so you know where proactively you can manage those challenges. And that's been really successful in terms of our journey with Diriyah. So I think it's important for me to say globally similar failure points, but we're doing some of the best practice here in places like Diriyah, Qiddiya, and working very close with PIF and our contractor partners.
Thanks, Avenger. Interesting to learn that those failure points are the same across the world, and it's a question of maturity at the end of the day and being proactive about addressing those issues.
But I think in Saudi it's the sheer scale, the complexity,
the ambition, yes,
and the time frame. I mean, in Europe or the US, something that would be delivered in 5 to 6 years everyone is expecting us to deliver in 2 to 3 years.
That further stresses the...
And then we might be 6 months late, and everyone says, wow, you're 6 months late. It's like anywhere else in the world would have taken more than double the time.
And yes, we want more than 50% discount as well.
And it's true that the ambition is unparalleled here in the kingdom, absolutely. Abdurrahman, I think it's clear now that it is an ecosystem play, and that from design to delivery, all players have to be in sync to optimize the delivery. Can you tell us what value would be unlocked by playing it right, and what is PIF doing in that regard?
Thank you, Joe. It's my pleasure to be part of this panel and part of this audience. Let me start with the core point. As you mentioned, it's the delivery constraints are not owned by a single party or one party. They emerge at the interfaces between different parties, between developer decisions, contractor productivity, regulations, and also consultant behavior. When the incentives are aligned and everyone is working together towards the same goal, they will succeed. Otherwise, we'll see the same patterns across the board. Isolated fixes do not work, and we have seen this across the board, everywhere in the world. Immature markets, they fail to deliver on global commitments or big commitments if they don't emerge the ecosystem into advanced maturity levels. And as you mentioned, all of the panelists mentioned, the ambition is unprecedented. We should acknowledge that, but at the same time, we should acknowledge what each party should play a role in this advancing maturity. Otherwise, we'll repeat the same. We'll see the reworks, disputes, and delays everywhere. You can optimize, of course, like some of the projects or some of the players, like the contractor or the PMCs or the developer, but you will end up with the same thing, because this has been done in silos rather than a whole of ecosystem approach. And because of the scale and ambition, we cannot wait. You should impose or introduce a whole of ecosystem approach where you involve everyone with a framework that make it clear for everyone what is the problem, how we can address it, and who is accountable and we can measure it against. And that's why we introduced a new framework. We called it Construction Ecosystem Maturity Index, or CEMI, and we have a dedicated booth that I invite everyone to come by and know about this framework. And the beauty of such frameworks, and we have seen it across the board, that it unlocks this equation by three main parameters, three key parameters. The first one, it unifies the language. We have a common language. We know exactly what would we mean by maturity, what do we mean by performance or root causes of the issues across the board. We agree and we acknowledge the same problem. Second, it allows us to have evidence-based and fact-based thing. So the CEMI, or the framework that we introduced, allow us to benchmark each indicator. So we have 40 indicators and 8 pillars across 30 other economies, and allow us to know whether we are actually, what is the issue? Is it like a productivity on site, or whether it's misaligned incentives, or developer that is pushing the award and or pushing the tender with immature design? So there are multiple parameters. If we don't combine them, we cannot solve the issue. The third thing is about introducing a monitoring and accountability, where everyone knows their part, what good looks like, how we measure it and monitor the progress against it. So the beauty of this framework, it has been built based on global best practices. It wasn't like reinventing the wheel. We have seen the best international mature market in construction, global studies as well, and customize it to fit the Saudi context based on what we have, because we have a lot of best practices. As maybe Devendra mentioned, that they really adopted nice practices on single source of truth. And maybe I'll mention also another example of misaligned incentives. We don't have it. It's the payment discipline. So the contractor, if they don't pay on time for their subcontractor and suppliers, they will face issues. Same for the developer. If they raise a compliant documents and they don't pay on time and the consultant doesn't certify on time, everyone will fail. Regulation as well, they play crucial play, where they put in place some regulation to protect everyone's interest. And with that, we aspire to work with our ecosystem partners. We have in this panel amazing representation, but it's a whole of ecosystem that need to gather together. And we believe that with such a framework, we'll be able to move the needle and have a construction ecosystem that is delivering project efficiently, cost-effective, and predictable for everyone to come and invest in these projects.
Thank you. That's extremely interesting. This overall view, this holistic view on the ecosystem. So speaking the language, you added to our colleagues, or you reinforced speaking the same language, accountability, discipline across the value chain. And you mentioned governance and regulations. And with that, I would like to start the second round with Muhammad again. And from your view, also, what are the main regulatory and legal aspects that need to be improved in order to enhance the overall construction ecosystem? There are multiple pain points we've heard. What are the key ones that we need to address as a priority to enhance the overall system?
I think from a policy maker point of view, the most important thing is the contract. If we have a fair contract where we share risk, the risk allocation is very clear. This is our core foundation. This will lead to many other things. It will lead about financing. Mr. Nasser mentioned with the global instability, increasing interest rate, it's difficult for contractor to borrow money. But if the contract is clear, the risk for the financial sectors will go low. So that will help them in financing their project. Second, Mr. Mohammed Saad also mentioned clarity in every step or every. This is also a very important thing because sometimes the readiness need to be high, since sometimes there is an immature design, the site is not ready, but the contractor made the bid today and the site will be ready after 6 months, or sometimes it will be late for 1 year. This is a very big challenge for a contractor. Also in the procurement, the best practice procurement also will make the supply channel healthy and will make pricing also very. So it's sharing all the risk in the whole journey, and it's a teamwork, and it's a unified collaboration between the all party, regulatory, contractor, developer, PMO, and also I believe again, since we are here and I see the PIF in front of me, honestly the PIF drove the momentum for our construction industry, Saudi Arabia, with iconic projects, and we've seen it now. Everyone here can enjoy this evening a nice dinner in Diriyah and Az-Zalar or Al-Bujeri, or even we can go to the Red Sea in a nice resort now, which is open, and everyone can go there. This also raised the standard for the industry here and for contractor and for owners. I believe some contractors, let's say 10 years ago, if they want some materials, they will go overseas to get this material. Today, the company of this material, they are having their regional office in Saudi. So this is also is helping the industry to move fast.
And this is something that is also being discussed in other panels on modern methods of construction and the localization and of the manufacturing of construction. Thank you. For the sake of time, gents, let's keep it to the key points now for the next questions. Nasser, since we're talking about solutions, what are the top 3 things that you are implementing currently to leapfrog the system and improve it at your scale in whatever you can do and influence yourself?
Okay, so construction project delivery is all about managing resources. You have thousands and thousands of items you need to procure, thousands of people to manage, look at their productivity, design management. It's all about managing resources, managing risk. And the more we can work closely with clients in a spirit of partnership, the easier this journey will become. For some reason, everyone tries to outsmart the other. And this doesn't really help. We operate with very thin margins. And I know some will say, oh, you're doing those guys, despite their size, are pleading poverty. But the reality, we turn over billions with very thin margins. So we cannot absorb shocks. And if you are trying to push the risk to us, it's not going to end up well. We'll either overprice projects, or there is a risk that something will seriously go wrong and we'll get into a fight. So the more clarity, the more we can manage expectations have fairer contracts, and share risk, the higher the likelihood we will get from A to B and deliver those really iconic projects that we're extremely proud of being associated with. You know, we work very closely with the supply chain. We have more than 2,000 suppliers, subcontractors. We're one of the largest employers in Saudi. We have now more than 1,100 graduates by May from the National Construction Academy, you know, which you know we've helped in establishing 3 years ago with the support of many stakeholders, training young Saudis on vocational skills. So anyway, we're trying to address that, but we cannot do it in isolation from the regulators, clients, the consultants who advise clients, and you know, members of the supply chain, PIF as a major player in the local economy. So one hand can't clap, as they say. And we love to always talk about solutions and how to advance things like early contractor engagement, guaranteed maximum price. And we've had some successes already with the likes of Lucid, Qiddiya, the Aramco Stadium. So I won't take more, but it's really, there has to be a shift in the mindset of how can we work together for the greater good.
Thank you, Nasir. Very quickly, we're about time. Hamad, you talk about discipline. Again, what are your key takeaways from the three aspects where discipline is the most important for the success of the improvement of the performance of this ecosystem? If you were to pick three.
I guess one of the great examples of discipline is the great work we are doing with our partners in MACE, where we track monthly every aspect of the project, whether it's cost, program, procurement, risks. And this report gets shared with everyone transparently, with PIF as well, with our board. And we are not afraid of admitting where we need to improve and where the gaps are and where the red flags are. And as early as we can see them, the better. So one aspect of discipline is definitely reporting transparently. The other discipline is to ensure that design changes from our side are controlled to the best we can. I understand that contractors don't like design changes, but sometimes it's outside of our control. Third aspect of discipline is ensuring that at the end, we deliver the experience expected by our stakeholders and by our customers at the end. It's not just rushing projects for the sake of ticking a box, the project is completed. At the end, what measures success is the experience and the offering.
Thank you. And smart reporting, I mean, we take it for granted, but in fact, it can be very powerful. And keeping in mind the end user, that's critical. Thank you for pointing that. Davendra, any additional gold standard that you would like to discuss and to share with the audience?
I think we've covered quite a lot of it. I'll be very quick. The mobilization of a program, processes, procedures, the whole ecosystem, the procurement, contracting strategies, get that right up front. Get the digital systems right. AI is going to be a massive opportunity for the sector and for the construction contractors. How can we make sure that we have one single digital platform and use AI to minimize labor? And, you know, it's a challenge for everyone. And I think the third thing is, you know, projects get delivered by solutions. We've used the solution term a lot here. So consultants, clients, we've got to find solutions to work together and find proactive approaches to delivery. Because as you said, Nasser, the programs here are very, very tight. Time drives money. You know, people always talk about cost. There's only so much money you can use if you deliver on time and productively.
Thank you for mentioning AI. It would have been weird to have a full discussion without mentioning AI these days. Abdurrahman, closing note on what is the plan to unite this ecosystem and to federate the ecosystem?
Yeah, thank you.
That's our closing note. Thank you.
I think it's a collection of points from everyone.
It is.
Panelists. Of course, Abu Abdulaziz Mohammed Al-Ajnan mentioned that the picture is bright. The future is bright. We have already conducted or delivered along amazing projects that we are seeing it now, and we developed great experience, as Mohammed mentioned, on our knowledge and what we can do next. Just to shed light on what we are doing next and what we have been working with Saudi Contractors Authority, the contractors, developers, and the consultants. Next is a new framework, or this framework, the SEMI, is about three main things. That we fix the baseline, we have a fixed scoreboard that we measure our performance against. So if you have one baseline that says where are we today and where do we want to be next. Second is we have one roadmap. So we have put together clear interventions on each one of the players, what they need to do, and if any party that is involved in the construction ecosystem and wants to know what to do, just approach us in the booth or just approach PIF in any of the channels and we'll let you know what exactly the role on each player in the market. And third, we introduce a cadence where we actually review this index. We know where the score is, where each indicator sits, and which party is lacking behind. So we can actually nudge them towards playing their part perfectly or efficiently. So our target is clear, our aspiration is clear, to work collectively. That mindset, that shift that Nasser mentioned, is actually to work together, collaborate together, and set the KPIs. The vendor I was mentioning about the global maybe best practices in London Olympics or Expo or other big projects that were delivered successfully, and have it here and try to unite as much as possible. PIF will set that scene, inshallah, try to convene and orchestrate, but it's on the ecosystem player to be proactive, be present, and play their part.
Collaboration, accountability, discipline.
Of course.
That should summarize our...
If I can mention in just 20 seconds. So I believe culturally we're a bit light on planning and we like to get going very quickly. I think that balance needs to be adjusted a bit.
Devendra did mention it.
Yes, yeah. And some of the challenges we've discussed are a bit chronic across globally, across the contracting sector. So they're not, Saudi is not unique in that respect. But the speed which we're trying to move and the scale of the ambition
is unprecedented.
Yes, absolutely. But this is really an opportunity for us to try to think different. How can we really meet the aspirations of I would say, Vision 2030 plus with all the new things we've managed to win as a nation? How can we think more collaboratively, break the silos? It's much easier said than done. And by no mean simplifying that kind of ask or mission. But there is no reason why we can't, the same way, our leadership thought big, that we need to go somewhere else, and move. Why don't we consider seriously a paradigm shift in that relationship? And how can we make it much more collaborative to meet our aspirations?
Hopefully that will be brought by Semi, that Abdurrahman is discussing. Yes. Thank you very much, gentlemen. That was a great discussion, extremely insightful. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for the audience for listening. Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Test. All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have a great panel coming up. It's called Future Proofed, Elevating the Next Generation of Talent. This panel focuses on building future-ready human capital to actually support the evolving needs of Saudi Arabia's construction and urban development sectors. This discussion will cover skill development, workforce planning, policy incentives, and localization of expertise and the integration of talent strategies across the ecosystem. We will be speaking in this session in Arabic as requested by the panelists, and we have translation sets for those who are non-Arabic speakers. We good? All right, let's start. مساء الخير جميعا. أهلا وسهلا بكم من جديد.
Hello, everyone. Welcome in this session that will discuss the future, or doesn't discuss the future as much as it discusses the future of the capabilities. How can we set the upcoming talents and how it will be adaptive and how it will be capable of managing digital transformation, economical transformation in the kingdom. It gives us a great pleasure that we will participate for speakers. At the beginning, we introduce them. Mr. Badr Adweish, head of Al-Qadiyya for Istismar, head of human resources sector at Al-Qadiyya for Investment, human, also Yazid Al-Rashidi, and also the engineer Al-Sharma for the deputy assistant for development. My question, from the policies how the localization and Saudization of jobs to be aligned. Hello, everyone. It gives us a great pleasure. Thank you ever so much for the invitation, and I hope that I and all my colleagues will enrich this discussion. The market, Saudi market, consists of two main pillars in the equation of human resources development. The first one is connected to labor market policies. The second one is with education ecosystems and outcomes. In the government, we work in assignment in order to make sure that the resources outcome is consistent with the needs of the private sector. This strategic direction has been translated into operation model that's led by the human resources development and social through these policies of global market and also the committee supervising localization that moves from the Ministry of Human Resources to the supervisory. This digital transformation, it had all the supervisory monitoring companies to have a plan starting from the marketplace where we can assign the quality of jobs in the local market. And then we set our strategic goal that's built on the national strategies for the sector. For example, in the sector, we have the national strategy for industry and the national strategy for mining. It's a strategy that takes care of a lot of pillars to develop these sectors and supported by goals to create jobs. It will reach to 2030 to 1 million plus. This we had a supply-demand analysis to define the caps, whether on the policies, regulations, training, educations, and the specifications. And based on that, there has been a detailed study about the best practices in all the countries that their markets are alike, and also in the mining sectors, Australia, Chile, Southern Africa. And we have defined a group of initiatives of which we can define govern the marketplace through a flexible model where we can develop a generation of youth that gain the best international skills to meet the private sector. And this work is not only in a certain place, but in all the ministries. And as you might know, that PIF has investments in all of these sectors and a main enabler for the growth of this sector, especially the quality sectors. For example, we have the car manufacturing. We have 3 car factories in the kingdom, and the pharmaceutical and the aerospace. All of these sectors, the emerging sectors, there are gaps. We need to develop these skills. This is why we have extended the bridges of partnerships with all the countries through the development of human resources, and also the program of the custodian of the 2 holy mosques for scholarships, and also counting on the institutes that's existing here that will help us in rescaling and upscaling, provided that we can secure this harmony among the private sector and the national cadres in Saudi Arabia. It's nice to develop these skills, and as you mentioned, there's a gap. Maybe one of these programs is ASM program. I'd like to ask Yazid, what are the most prominent gaps that you observe in PIF between training and the actual needs of marketplace? PIF today is the main primary or pivotal economic driver, and through the commitment of the fund with the national development and through the priorities such as enhancing local content, where the private sector is being and also where we can develop the human capabilities. PIF creates more than 1 million sector. We have observed a gap between the outcome and the needs of the PIF companies, whether the job created, whether directly or indirectly, mostly are technological. So we require to develop the skills at the students. Based on that, we have conducted a study with the private sector that will work with the companies to observe the challenges. One of the challenges we observe today is that there is a huge lack in the learning outcome and the need of the fund. And even if they are, it won't close the demand. Among of the challenges we have observed that the training required by the private sectors, the cost might be expensive. Also, the issue of Saudization and the localization percentage and ratios that increased one by one. Also, not to have partners, and based off that, we have conducted ASM, which is a national program that is established to serve the investment of the private sector companies which work with the fund. ASM is not limited to PIF and its companies. It's a national program. We designed the training programs based on the capabilities required by the employer. So the programs are customized exactly as based on the employer, and we focus more now on developing the skills more than education. Our goal is to have the program that starts with education or more, is to enhance the enhancement. maybe it's a complementary program for what you have mentioned. This gap needs to be closed with the skills. So there are programs such as AZM, Ibtiath, and so many initiatives that will develop the national or the human capital. A lot of the projects that have created so many projects. Al Qaddiya is the head of the academies in Al Qaddiya for investment. This for the national for the human capabilities. Al Qaddiya is a program that's built from zero, and why it's not a traditional program. Today, have you created jobs and the skills that we are trying to develop? At the beginning, thank you ever so much. It's a great pleasure to be here with you, with the colleagues Sally, Yazid, and Nof. And maybe the good coincidence that outside the forum there's a huge collaboration among Qaddiya, Adam, and Aldira. So a value chain is existing. Aldira will run programs that's existing in Al Qaddiya in collaboration with Azam. And of course, we always seek the support of the governmental entities. When we talk about Al Qaddiya, we are talking about developing of a whole company, not only a company, a whole city, not a company. But the nice challenge is to build the city itself. The sector existing are different: sports, tourism, culture, gaming, and also sports and car sports. To establish a city that has different sectors forms a challenge. However, what's nice is that we started from scratch. We haven't inherited any previous policies. We haven't inherited any training programs. As it exists in the legacy. And based to start on the beginning, we are talking about establishment of assets in Qaddiya. It goes through different stages based on the asset and based on the plans. We talk about an overarching strategy. It will clear what is the asset and how it is, and how's the harmony with the ecosystem of Al Qaddiya, its impact, economic, financial, for Al Qaddiya, Riyadh, and the kingdom. The next stage is to start operation, and later we will have the construction, and after that we will have so many testing for safety, security, and at the same time we will have pilot beta and pilot operation. So these phases are very long and it goes through changes. Maybe the assets start with an idea and ends with another idea because there has been a challenge through this timeline. The role it has to have an input. At the beginning, this asset in simple ways, and this is our plan for human resources. We did the design, the program developed. If we did the operation plan, the opening and the operational, it won't happen unless we are working for a few years and we have conducted scholarship programs and etc. Of course, we are knowing with something that we will work on a human capital model that has 8,000 models in Qaddiya, 800,000 job opportunities for a clear supply and demand. And based on that, we can define the scarcity available in the market, which is existing in any market. and we build the human resources based on the existing gap. Of course, if we define more, it's a long story, but we thought of combining the assets and its connection. We have to say ladies first, but you said it's not the rule followed now. It's allowed. All the appreciation is for you, no vacation. We are talking about Adira. Adira, vice chair of the human resources at Adira. The term of ready talent for the future, what does it mean to you? I believe that Adira will create a new sustainable jobs for the Saudi youth. Adira is a Saudi champion for hospitality in the kingdom, and this is why Adira was created in the ecosystem in the kingdom. Our final goal is to have the Saudis who are managing the hospitality sector and to check who is existing and how it's being developed for different way of hospitality. For us, the future-ready jobs is the capability of the person is to approve a job, accept it, and lead it and develop it. We believe and that Saudis are born ready. We are born ready because hospitality is something that we brought up with. It's part of our religion, our values, and our habits. So Adira's role is Adira plays a role in moving this from our habits to a professional setup, from hospitalities to the guests, and to elevate the experience from normal hospitality experience to Saudi experience. In order to move the hospitality, it's important to have the assets and provide them and furnish them with the tools in order to have the service offered professional, and that meets our aspirations and reflects our image for the image of Saudi hospitality. At Adira, we have collaborated with international companies in order to standardize these or to bring these international standards into Saudi. And since we are hotel operators, we invest in our youth to have them ready for the future and be the capital. And the second question, since we didn't follow the ladies first rule, to build long-term skills and human capacity of Saudi female and male youth in hospitality field. You are building something that is huge, and you are not only creating quick operational jobs. It's true. The idea or the main idea of Adira is to have a long-term investment. Adira is a long-term investment in the sector, and one of the main role at Adira, not only investing in the Saudi youth, but also to change the perspective of the hospitality, change the perspective of the community, the citizens, and the youth. That is not only a temporary job and not only 1 or 2 year job, but it's a gradual vocational journey and professional journey. And we at Adira, we are ready to invest in our youth, and our role is to create these jobs and make it attractive. And also we measure the success of Adira, and I believe that's one of the main goals, is that we measure our success not with the number of the hospitalities, and of course we will run a number of hotels. We measure this one is that it's being led by Saudi female and male. Mr. Badr, how you make sure that the partnerships with the academia will lead into actual jobs and not only credentials? We would like to have long-term tracks and paths. How can you guarantee these? I'd like to start from the end of the previous questions. After we have identified the existing demand, how do we deal with it? We have one or two solutions. The first one is the short-term solutions, or the quick, or what is called quick wins. Second thing is the long terms, that's strategic goals connected more with building partnerships with universities or building academies. So for the quick wins, simply we are collaborating with the local entities, whether universities, academies. We have a demand of 100 cook. They are being trained in a certain academy, and that it will start, or they will immediately being employed. So consequently, we are committed from day zero. The other one is scholarships that start with employment. We have launched a group of scholarship programs in sport, entertainment, tourism, and culinary last year. All of those were approved. We have contracted with them for jobs. The second part is the long-term or long wins. If you see that there's a sector and the demand is thousands, such as the entertainment and tourism, which are considered the two most important sectors in terms of volume. So I think of investing in academy, it would be more feasible rather than sending our citizens or the youth abroad or recruiting trainers from outside. So in the level of PIF, the demand will be more. Consequently, there are collaboration with two entities, the Saudi Academy for Entertainment, which is an academy which was launched or issued by General Entertainment Authority, and Al Qiddiya is now a member of its board of directors. The other part, which is connected with tourism, we have established Riyadh School of Tourism and Hospitality. The chairman of its board of directors is His Excellency the Minister of Tourism, and of course NEOM, RITSI, Al Daraiya are all members in the board of directors. We believe that this is an investment that will guarantee that in the future there will be a source of talents, a sustainable source of talents. The importance of partnership between PIF and private sector, and also the governmental entities in the ecosystem of building talents. PIF has created a AZM program to serve the youth. And of course, we're talking about from the partnerships with the governmental sector. We have a wonderful partnership. We started our first program with Hadaf, and it'll be our partner in the upcoming programs. We also have programs with the General Authority for Training to adopt the training program, where the program from the academies of AZM are well accredited and from the General Authority of Training. We also have other partners such as Ministry of Industry and other ones. We also have partners from the private sector, and it gives me a great pleasure that we are about to launch a new program with the Qiddiya and other companies. We have partnerships from the private, from national and international. We managed to convince Pearson to run operating programs from here, from Saudi Arabia for the first time. And we have an agreement from APP to upscaling programs in terms of manufacturing. And we enclose with the quick questions. How do you see that it's a long term for human capability? And you see that they are clicking, or they are referring to us to end on time. I'll try to be quick. Today, measuring the impact is a governed practice existing in everywhere, where you can set goals, KPIs, and it's being measured for all of these KPIs, and to see your advancement in fulfilling major KPIs. The KPIs are very large, from Vision 2030 to sectoral to marketplace to operational, and that's connected to all projects. However, the real impact today is when we observe our youth that will run economic sectors that's for the first time existing in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And of course, this is the real impact, because the impact cross employment itself with social, economic, and development in the Kingdom market. Thank you ever so much, panelists, and we greet those panelists who inspired us with a lot of information. Unfortunately, time is restricted, and thank you.
A good conversation, ladies and gentlemen, highlighting the strategic role of design in driving demand for local manufacturing and services, will be moderated by Frederick Ozier, partner and head of automotive and manufacturing industries at Oliver Wyman.
I'm so sorry, it's not me.
You're sitting. Hi. Good to meet you. Hi. Giovanna, you're here. Faisal here. Mu'tasim. Okay, I'm doing now 15 minutes. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for coming to this panel. We will be discussing enabling manufacturing sector through design. And let me set the stage first. So today we're not talking about design as in aesthetics, as we might all think. Today we're talking about design as an economic lever. Because design decisions, standards, specifications, and system choices determine the bill of materials and the supply chain long before procurement. If all projects are bespoke, demand is fragmented, and local manufacturing struggles to scale. If projects are designed for repeatability, manufacturability, and clear performance requirements, demand becomes predictable, and that's what unlocks investment in factories, capabilities, and innovation. We will unpack this through 3 rounds today, but first allow me to introduce our distinguished panel. Ahmed Nasir, welcome. Thank you for hosting us. Vice President and Head of Supply Chain Investment Activation at NDD PIF. Mu'tasim Atiyah, welcome. Architect and CEO of Clear Holding. Faisal Yemni is the Assistant Secretary General of the Saudi Council of Engineers. Welcome. And Dr. Giovanna Carnavelli is the Executive Director of Design Expo Riyadh 2030. Welcome, and thank you for being with us today. First, we'll ask question with Nasir and Mu'tasim, and we'll start with a basic question just to set the stage here. How does design shape demand for local products and services? And we'd like to see that in the context of Saudi Arabia, of course.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the quick introduction. We believe that design is one of the most powerful demand shaving levers when it comes in the value chain. What designers specify in terms of material, component, system ultimately determines what gets manufactured. We believe that local products, if they are visible at the stage of design, it's more powerful. It specifies the material needed, it gives adjustment to it. The barriers to such announcement of those manufacturers and products are not just a capability driven, it's more of structural rather than capability. And there are 3 points to it. First, visibility and bias. We believe that designers often work with the world catalogs that are well specified and not visible to local manufacturing products. If you ask us today why it's not embedded equally to the accessibility easiness for those world-known designers, and not being aware of what is locally produced here in the kingdom. Second, specification timing gaps. In many cases, local manufacturers are capable, but they receive design and technical requirements later on to the stage where it is slightly late to adapt to the technicality of them. And early access to those specifications are key component for a successful delivery for projects. Third, perceived speed and certainty. Imports are often assumed to be faster or lower risk, while it may hold true in some cases. Early coordination between designers and local manufacturers enable the manufacturers to match and outperform those imported products.
Thank you. Thank you. Mu'tasim, I would like to ask you, given that you are on the ground delivering projects, what is preventing that from happening today in Saudi Arabia?
Okay. Thank you very much. First, I would like to position where our expertise lay here. If Ahmed is representing the national ambition or the national vision on a macro level, Faisal is on the governance, compliance, and regulatory part. Dr. Giovanna luckily is the result of that ambition.
Of the ambition.
Yeah, so.
Or the beginning, depends.
Yeah, or the beginning, yeah. So we lay in on the asset level, we are in that actual friction of driving the demand and driving the need of those materials. Yes, design is one of the most important, if not the most important element on that driver. So if design is treated in later stages, so it will cover only the final layer and final output. So we will have to adapt on whatever the market offers, right? But if it was considered in very early stages, then it will be within the essence and within the DNA and the logic of the asset itself. So in our work, we intentionally place some elements, materials, or systems that are irreplaceable, that are not an optional substitution. So without it, the design won't work. This is only to challenge the whole value chain, going down to the contractors and then going to the suppliers and then going to the end craftsmanship, all the way to the artisanship on cultural assets and so on. So yes, the top-down challenging approach would definitely empower the market.
Thank you. Thank you. Faisal, from a governance perspective, what are the main impediments to treating design in an industrialized and in an industrialized way and really get to that repeatability that make it an economic activity, an economic sector, rather than an impediment?
Yeah, thank you very much, Joseph, and it's a pleasure to sit here with the distinguished speakers. Actually, I see the most important element here is the people and the engineers who are developing these designs for us. So people will make the product, will make the patents, and out of these, you will get the technology that you make profit out of it. So we think as in Saudi Council of Engineers that raising a competency across the whole value chain of engineering sector will be achieved by focusing on engineering development and individuals. But that's only not enough. It requires building an integrated engineering ecosystem that standardizes the engineering designs and scope and standards. Actually, in Saudi Council of Engineers, we have found that there are too many variabilities happening in the engineering practice and engineering design standard implementation, especially with many projects that we see here. And we think this area needs to be looked at carefully, because without standardizing the engineering design and standard, okay, we'll be facing a lot of issues with the design quality, design project cost, and the delay in the project at all.
And it's not scalable.
Exactly, exactly. So in order for us to have a successful project, we want to make sure there is a standard, that standard meeting the local Saudi market requirement, and that matching with manufacturing capability as well. This is a very important aspect that we see, and we would like to emphasize every time with that one. In order for us to move forward, we need to move from fragmented individual development of engineers and accreditation and classification into the whole ecosystem development that will make a disciplined, reliable, and durable engineering practice, okay, for the sector level.
Thank you. Thank you. That's very relevant. We'll now move to our second question, and we'll go directly to you, Giovanna. So, in your experience, how can the whole ecosystem work together to better align the design and the manufacturing process to be able to scale it, which is very much needed for Saudi Arabia right now?
Yeah, thank you, Joseph, for the question. And I would like to answer by also linking the first question as well. And I'm talking from the design perspective, not only relating to what is happening in HESPO right now, but in general, I would say that the design, it's, I think, especially in an environment in which projects are going so fast like this one, is very often thought and understood as part of delivery and part of a blockchain that has to be immediately, literally delivered because we need to go to construction. But design, it's really the brain at everything, because they find the standards, they find all the specs for the production of the manufacturing. And we really deliver the vision into something which is called project. So we need to work as a system. If we work like separately and across the process, that is, you start with the design, then you go to procurement, then you go in silos, it will never work. So we need to already start engaging the manufacturing companies from the design perspective.
The early stage as well.
The early stages, because look, now in Expo we are at detailed master plan. So concept master plan has been approved, and now we're in detail phase. And it is the moment, thank you, it is the moment where things are happening, where decisions are taken in terms of
absolutely,
construction system, any type of MMC approach if we have, any type of materiality for public realm, for buildings. And this is the moment in which we are starting, as we speak, making the list of all the supplies that we need to have on our side, and starting working in advance and understanding whether we have time enough, whether they can provide a supply chain in time, which kind of cost they can have, whether they have their own, the fabrication, on site or not. And we need to plan in advance, but everything starts from the design. And I think it's very important, because it's true, maybe in the beginning of all end of circle, but it's true that we'll bring everything together.
Exactly.
Thank you. So early involvement of all stakeholders. It's never too early to involve the stakeholders, so that we don't get to procurement and then try to figure out what to procure and from where, and not being able to command that scale.
Absolutely, yes. Also because, for example, we are talking about local content. And sorry, if I eject for probably a possible question, but local content is not only the local materials. It's about how to translate or transform the traditional vision in something more modern or more actual as we speak. So we transform the vision in something that is well accepted by the culture, and then is also through the materiality. And we also, as a designers, we also support and promote also the local manufacturing, because we are promoting a local industry by doing so.
Absolutely. Thank you. Ahmed, I believe you want to tell us about PIF's experience and
Totally. I would second Giovanna's speaking points that alignment and early engagement is the key to move forward on that element. I would like to highlight a practical example that has been implemented with Musahama Design Competition in partnership with Roshan, where they have onboarded over 600 design firms here locally to prioritize locally produced materials, which resulted in, or this conversation has shifted from can local products deliver to how can we design to enable them, with another session coming underway, specifying and aligning specification for further awareness and enhancement from a design stage to manufacture, and we'll be waiting for it, inshallah, for the second phase.
Thank you. Thank you. Now to our third round, and for the sake of time, we might have both of you just share your views. So really, if we were to summarize and looking forward, what is really the value of unlocking that collaboration, that full ecosystem collaboration, where design, standards, and manufacturing are working together rather than in silos? And your views on the most impactful initiatives, ecosystem initiatives, to be implemented to achieve that.
Thank you very much. I would like to echo what Dr. Giovanna said regarding the rapid transformation. Now the national ambition and the national vision is beautifully exhausting. It is beautifully exhausting. I wouldn't say that the vision or the ambition is beyond the market. No, it's intentionally dragging the whole value chain to develop and meet its excellence. Now, if you look at the whole value chain, starting from the developers, contractors, executors, and architects, post-occupancy operators, they are being dragged towards that excellence. This is one. Two, regarding the architect or the designer's role, it's no longer limited to aesthetics and delivery. In order to keep that time, I believe that any architect should have a different skill set and an extended role. You're no longer that fancy designer who sits behind the desk.
It's not only that.
No, it's not only that. No. You have to act as a construction expert of the client. You have to act as the fund manager sometimes, and also you have to act as an investment advisor to them, right? In order to survive this harsh decision-making element. So a different skill set has to be developed in every entity to keep up with this huge ambition, aside from design point of view.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. And Faisal, maybe closing words from the Saudi Council of Engineers.
Actually, what I see from perspective of engineering, okay, sometimes we look at the engineering as individual accreditation and development, as well as there is a local engineering offices. Currently, we have around 4,500 engineering offices, 300 of which are considered as a large-scale project in terms of project execution, the revenue that they are making, and in addition to the capability that they are having under them. So engaging local engineering offices, okay, play a critical role in bridging the gap between the design, the conceptual design itself, and the on-ground execution. We see that the local companies, they have deep understanding of the local regulatory requirements. They have really understanding of Saudi climate condition and project requirements. In addition to that, they can bring the supply chain from local suppliers, and they can know exactly what's the local manufacturing capabilities. So what I recommend usually is take consideration these factors by engaging local companies or offices in order to make the design concept translated into a practical result, in order to make a potential or minimize the potential conflict of design execution. Because as you know, the engineering work is not only the design. The design is just a starting point of ideation to make the project completion. So it's a design, a supervision, inspection, qualification, operation and maintenance. Sometimes we do perfect and amazing design, but we forget about the operation and maintenance. And this is what we link to durability. So a sustainability project has to be linked to this thing, because we don't want to fix things after the fact, that we are facing a lot of challenges of making and redoing the work, okay, which will really make a lot of surprises.
Especially if everything is bespoke.
Exactly, exactly. So what we are doing with local engineering, actually, we think they are a strategic integrator that ensuring the quality and the standard, like Saudi Building Code, international standard applicable to the kingdom, are put in place and make the project successful based on the timeline put for it.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for this very interesting discussion. And thank you to the audience.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you, Joseph Mazloom. Thank you. I appreciate it. I might have mispronounced the name. I apologize. Thank you for moderating this session. Ladies and gentlemen, we have right now, we move to a series of MOU signings. These agreements reflect a shared commitment between our participating entities to collaboration, knowledge exchange, and long-term strategic partnership. I appreciate everyone in this room. Thank you for being with us. Very happy to be handling this stage with all the sessions that we have right now. It is time. We can have your bag if you want. It's time for the MOU signings. Each MOU represents a step toward aligning capabilities, of course, unlocking opportunities, advancing mutual objectives across multiple sectors within the entities. We invite the representatives of the respective entities to kindly join us on stage for the signing ceremony once I announce your name, please. Are we ready, ladies and gentlemen? Are we ready? All right, we'll give it a couple of minutes to freshen up a little bit and we'll start. All right, welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Again, we now move to a series of MOU signings. These agreements, of course, reflect a shared commitment between our participating entities to collaboration, knowledge exchange, and long-term strategic partnership, we would like to announce our first MOU between Public Investment Fund and ABB Academy. Please head to the stage. Congratulations on signing this MOU. Public Investment Fund, PIF, and ABB Academy. Thank you. MOU between PIF and ABB Academy to collaborate on developing the Saudi workforce through training initiatives under the AZM program, with ABB operating a new program to achieve this goal. Again, an MOU signing between the Public Investment Fund, PIF, and ABB Academy to collaborate on developing the Saudi workforce through training initiatives under the AZM program, with ABB operating a new program to achieve this goal. Congratulations. Let's give them one big round of applause, please. Thank you. Congratulations. One memorable picture of this. Let's have the picture, please. All right, a group photo between PIF and ABB Academy. Thank you. Congratulations. Our next MOU between PIF, Public Investment Fund, and Saudi Tabreed. Please head to the stage. A new MOU signing between PIF and Saudi District Cooling Company, Saudi Tabreed, to jointly explore new opportunities for enhancing and expanding high-quality district cooling solutions for large-scale developments, supporting national objectives for environmental sustainability and future-ready urban environments. Congratulations to Saudi Tabreed and, of course, Public Investment Fund and Saudi Tabreed signing this MOU. Taking a photo of this memorable moment, and we say congratulations. Let's take the chairs out. Let's have one group photo, please. All right.
General background, please.
All right, a new MOU signing between Saudi Tabreed again and Stratifi. Let's please head to the stage. Saudi Tabreed and Stratifi. Congratulations to those who are signing MOUs, participating entities, committing to collaboration, knowledge exchange, and long-term strategic partnership. And I would like to call Saudi Tabreed again on stage and Stratifi. Please welcome Stratifi on stage to sign this MOU. Are they present? Are they here? Are they present? Stratifi. let's delay this MOU signing. We'll jump right ahead to another one, and then we'll come back to it. Again, ladies and gentlemen, each MOU represents a step towards aligning capabilities, of course, and unlocking opportunities, advancing mutual objectives across sectors. This is the reason why entities sign MOUs, to commit to collaboration. And the next MOU would be between Public Investment Fund and Fraunhofer Institute for Industrial Engineering, IAO. The MOU between the entities to explore innovation management and technology assessment for future planning and construction methods aligned with advancing smart and sustainable city development in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Fraunhofer and PIF, ladies and gentlemen, signing an MOU. Exploring innovation management and technology assessment for future planning and construction methods, please. Congratulations. All right, photo's done. Let's take a group photo, please. Chairs out. Thank you. Thank you. These agreements reflect a shared commitment between both entities. Ladies and gentlemen, the next MOU would be between the Public Investment Fund and Masdar. The Public Investment Fund, ladies and gentlemen, Masdar, a building materials company, is signing a memorandum of understanding to explore the potential collaboration in the construction development projects in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. We can make this more fun by actually applauding and enjoying our time. Thank you. Your turn is coming. You need people to applaud for you. Okay, so let's help each other. Congratulations. Masdar and PIF, congratulations on this collaboration, this MOU signing, a long-term strategic partnership. Thank you. One group photo before we leave the stage and head to the next MOU. Thank you. Thank you. All right, next coming up on stage, the MOU signing of Public Investment Fund with King Abdullah University of Science and Technology. We'd like for the representatives of the respective entities to kindly join us on stage. Public Investment Fund and King Abdullah University of Science and Technology. I'd like for PIF and CAUS to come on stage, please, to sign this MOU. All right, we'll move on to the next one, please. Coming up next on stage, we would like to proceed with the next MOU signing between Geberit International Sales AG and Public Investment Fund. Please head to the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, an MOU between Geberit International Sales AG and Public Investment Fund to cooperate and explore options for localization. Once more, MOU between Geberit and Public Investment Fund to cooperate and explore options for localizations. Nice. Let's give them a round of applause while they take their group photo. Congratulations on this MOU signing. These participating entities, of course, they share collaboration, knowledge exchange, and of course, unlocking opportunities. Thank you. Next on stage. Next, coming up on stage, Sark and Maurif Logistics Solutions. Sorry. Sark and Maurif Logistics Solutions. We'll have their logos on screen, please. Let's hold the signing until the logos come up, so we can have a great picture of this collaboration. Amazing. There we have it. Maurif Logistics Solutions and Sark signing an MOU between them to sign a joint venture, a JV agreement to build a 12,000 bed worker accommodation in Rimal with a land area of 120 square meter, 120,000 square meter in a built-up area of 150,000 square meter. There we go. Again, an MOU between Sark and Maurif Logistics Solutions to sign a joint venture, a JV agreement to build a 12,000 bed worker accommodation in Rimal with a land area of 120,000 square meter and a built-up area of 150,000 square meter. Thank you. And our next MOU is Sark and Tatweer. Sark and Tatweer, please, the representatives to head to the stage. Sark and Tatweer, thank you. Smart Accommodation for Residential Complexes Company, Sark, announcing the signing of an MOU with Tatweer Company to explore mutually beneficial opportunities within the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia pertaining to increasing the supply of high-quality build-to-rent accommodations. Of course, in support of the Kingdom's wider development ambitions, they sign an MOU to exchange knowledge collaboration and, of course, a long-term strategic partnership. Sark and Tatweer, congratulations. Coming up next on stage, I would like to call the representatives of the respective entities to kindly join us on stage for the signing ceremony of the MOU between Masdar and Hadcon. Masdar and Hadcon, please. Yeah, no problem. MOU between Masdar and Hadcon to acquire Hadcon to deliver comprehensive and integrated solutions across the sector and support the Kingdom's growing objective in industrial services aligned with Vision 2030. Congratulations. a group photo, and thank you very much. And now I would like to call Masdar and Thabat al-Maskan Real Estate. Next MOU coming up on stage. The representatives, please head to the stage. Masdar and Thabat al-Maskan Real Estate. All right, 129. And the logos are on. Let's sign the MOU. Congratulations, Masdar Thabat al-Maskan, on signing this MOU to provide integrated smart home solutions, combining modern smart technologies with high quality execution and offering customers a seamless and fully integrated experience in home building. Congratulations. Smile for the pictures. Thank you. One group photo, please. And we move on with the next MOU. Thank you. Congratulations to Thabat al-Maskan and Masdar. Thank you. Next on stage, we kindly ask the representatives of Roshan Group and Agility to come on stage, please, to sign their MOU. Roshan Group and Agility. An MOU between Roshan Group and Agility to establish a 2.5 billion Saudi Riyal joint venture to develop a logistics park in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. Again, MOU between Roshan Group and Agility to establish a 2.5 billion Saudi Riyal joint venture to develop a logistics park in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. And the group photo, please. Thank you. Thank you. Congratulations. And wish you the best of luck. Next coming up, Roshan Group and VCM. An MOU signing between Roshan Group and VCM. Roshan Group and VCM, please. An MOU between Roshan Group and VCM to explore decarbonization innovations and across Roshan Group's projects. Congratulations and good luck. Congratulations to Roshan Group and VCM. Exploring decarbonization innovations across Roshan Group's projects. And of course, participating entities signing MOUs on this stage. They commit to collaboration, knowledge exchange, and of course, long-term commitment and strategic partnership. Thank you. Congratulations. Thank you. All right. I would like to call the Ministry of Industry and Mineral Resources, please, on stage. The Ministry of Industry and Mineral Resources on stage, announcing the establishment of Furniture Manufacturers Associations, which aims to support initiatives to develop the furniture industry in the Kingdom and increase its competitiveness regionally and globally. Launching of the Furniture Manufacturers Association. وزارة الصناعة والثروة المعدنية ألف مبروك. Congratulations. We will wait for the group to complete. Yes, please. There you go. One group photo. Congratulations on launching the Furniture Manufacturers Association. Thank you, the Ministry of Industry and Mineral Resources. Thank you. Volumetric Building Companies, VBC, on stage please with NewFab. Signing an MOU between VBC and NewFab. An MOU between VBC, Volumetric Building Companies, and UFAB to establish an exclusive strategic partnership localizing advanced modular capabilities and, of course, the know-how in the Kingdom by developing NewFab's manufacturing platform in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia in Riyadh and transferring VBC's engineering and delivery expertise. Congratulations to both entities. One group photo celebrating this moment. And looking good. Thank you for the smile. Congratulations. All right, NewFab and Volumetric Building Companies, VBC. Coming up next on stage, please, I would like to call Nesma and Partners and Princess Noura bint Abdurrahman University. An MOU between Nesma and Partners and Princess Noura bint Abdurrahman University to establish a collaborative partnership in the academic, scientific, research, training and development fields, focusing on exchanging expertise and supporting research in areas such as construction, supply chain and sustainability. Congratulations to Nesma and Jamiat Al-Amira Noura bint Abdurrahman. Congratulations to all entities signing MOUs today, committing to long-term strategic partnership, collaboration, knowledge exchange. And coming up next, Saudi Tabreed and Stratify. We'll call you again on stage, please. Are you present this time? You are? Great. We would love to have you on stage, please. Saudi Tabreed and Stratify. All right. الأستاذ أسامة تفضل. يبحثون عنك. An MOU between Saudi Tabreed and Stratify to collaborate on the implementation of specialized geothermal and geo-exchange systems for district cooling plants and AI data centers to implement projects using this technology. Congratulations, Stratify and Saudi Tabreed. One group photo, please, and we will move on. And again, congratulations. Do we have other group members that want to come on? I see them hesitating. Please enjoy the moment. Take this moment, take the photo. It's a memorable moment. Congratulations. Stratify and Saudi Tabreed. Yeah. Perfect smile. Thank you. Congratulations. All right. Next, coming up on stage, 209. Let's call SCC in Hawaii Tech Investment Saudi Arabia Co. Limited. SCC in Hawaii Tech Investment Saudi Arabia Co. Limited. This is the next MOU on stage, please. SCC in Hawaii. They are greatly present, please. And this MOU between SCC and Hawaii to manufacture network equipment locally, including high-quality customer premises equipment, CPE, and devices for various applications such as ONT, 5G CPE routers, FTTR, Wi-Fi mesh, and HAG. I said it like it is. Congratulations. Well appreciated. Hawaii and STC collaborating, signing this MOU. What a great partnership. What a great knowledge exchange and long-term strategic collaboration. I'll have to drink some of it. Picture. STC and Hawaii collaborating, signing this MOU. Congratulations. Thank you. And I would like for SCC to stay on stage, please, and call Al Hayad, a Sufri Environmental Services Company, please. إذن SCC and Net Zero, Al Hayad, a Sufri Environmental Service Company, signing an MOU to launch the Smart Trees Initiative, aiming to plant, listen to this, 1 million trees across Saudi Arabia by 2030, with an advanced monitoring solution to support environmental responsibility and sustainability goals. Amazing. Congratulations. We'd love to see the outcome of the 1 million trees to be planted, inshallah. We'll give it, I'll take one. 10, thank you. Congratulations to SCC and Net Zero, Al Hayad, a Sufri Environmental Service Company. Good luck. Well done. STC is still present with us on stage, please. And I would like to call GCC Technical Services Company. STC and GCC Technical Services Company. شركة المختبر الخليجي للخدمات الفنية و STC signing an MOU to localize high-tech equipment, technical inspection and verification, utilizing GCC's labs, fully equipped laboratory to ensure 1. Compliance, 2. Efficiency, and reliability in testing materials. Thank you, congratulations. We'll head for the group photo now, please. STC and GCC Technical Services Company, congratulations on signing this MOU. Good luck. I would like to have SCC stay with us on stage and call Saudi Netlink, SNL, please. SNL, please. أبشر ولا يهمك احنا معاكم. STC and Saudi Netlink signing an MOU to provide technical support services to enhance wireless network performance, system monitoring and operational reliability through network monitoring solutions. Congratulations. Congratulations. Thank you. Let's give them a big round of applause. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, SCC and Saudi Netlink signing this MOU to provide technical support services to enhance wireless network performance, system monitoring, and operational reliability. Thank you. Congratulations. STC again with wire filter, please. Wire filter. Head to the stage. شكرا لك. الله يسلمك.
انت اللي مقدم البرنامج في
على MBC. نعم.
كيفك؟
انا كويس.
ما شاء الله صوتك مميز.
شكرا.
اسمك كريم؟
ياسر السقاف. ياسر السقاف.
ونعم.
الله يكرمك. All right, SCC and wire filter, MOU between SCC and wire filter to modernize SCC's deep packet inspection DPI infrastructure, introducing localized expertise, advanced technologies, resilient infrastructure solutions to enhance DPI capabilities. Congratulations to SCC and wire filter. All right, thank you. Congratulations. Thank you. And we are done with the MOU signings for today, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations to those who collaborated. Shukran. Congratulations to those who have, these agreements reflect a shared commitment between the participating entities to collaborate, exchange knowledge, and of course, sign strategic partnership, long-term partnerships. We have 2 more panels coming up on stage. Please stay tuned for our next panel. The next panel is titled Adopting Modern Methods for Construction and Contech to Enhance Delivery Speed and Productivity on Site. Stay tuned. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we welcome you back. We have 2 more sessions on this stage for today, and our next session examines how modern methods of construction and construction technology are transforming on-site productivity and delivery speed. The discussion will cover, inshallah, real implementation experiences, challenges faced, lessons learned. I am joined by Engineer Mus'ab Al-Khudairi, Head of Center of Excellence at PIF. I'd like for him to head to the stage, please. Mr. Abdurrahman Al-Ghabban, Regional Manager, Middle East and President of Saudi Arabian Bechtel Company. Mr. Abdullah Al-Habib, CEO, Muhammad Al-Habib Real Estate Company. And Craig, I hope I don't mispronounce his name. I practice so much. Kortemanch. Thank you. Of course, founder and chairman of the board at Procore, and Nicholas Reynolds, Senior Director Construction Delivery at Red Sea Global. What a panel. I hope we have so much time, to ask so many questions, but we will try to get as much of it as possible. We will start, of course, with Engineer Mus'ab, PIF, with many PIF construction projects now in a full swing. How do modern methods of construction play a role in PIF development companies, specifically in construction, and how does the private sector fit in the puzzle?
Well, first of all, thank you, Yasser, and it's a pleasure to be here amongst this distinguished group of individuals in their own domain. Modern methods of construction is an essential part in the construction development of our development companies. They act as force multipliers.
Yes.
So they enable speed, they allow consistency, and they deliver the projects and safety with the right safety quality at scale. We focus on 3 methods of modern methods of construction, whether it's precast and panelized systems, offsite construction, and volumetric modular construction. With offsite construction, we've seen that a lot of our portfolio companies that have residential units incorporated in it, they see a lot of momentum in that area. And PIF has also, grew the volumetric modular construction, incorporating in the design stages, and allowing it to, as they mature the design, it gets incorporated into the actual construction. We see 5 development companies that have already adapted this volumetric modular construction at the moment.
Okay.
We've seen also, as a result of this, that there's an increase in spend and demand. Between the years 2018 till 2021, the PIF has spent through its development companies $3.5 billion. Between the years 22 to 25, that number became $40 billion. So that's a 10x increase.
Wow.
We've also worked with the private sector to enhance their manufacturing capacity, technical capabilities, and their ability to deliver to the projects and installation, etc. we've seen in the past, only in the past 4 years, we've helped the private sector build 6 factories in the kingdom. So that's a case in point on how this private sector forum is important, how the collaboration with the private sector allows us to work hand in hand in a win-win-win situation. The PIF wins, the private sector wins, and the development company wins. And we're able to jump leaps with the private sector.
Inshallah, amazing. So we are looking for the win-win-win always. Abdurrahman Al-Ghabban, I would like to ask you from a contractor's perspective today, what has been the real on-site impact of MMC and construction technology on delivery, speed, and productivity, let's say in general, in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia?
Thank you, Yasser. In addition to what Mus'ab just said, the biggest impact is on reducing labors at the construction site, speeding up the process of delivering, so improving schedule.
Yeah.
And second is actually safety by having less workers at the site. The chances of getting accidents or near-miss incidents at the site will be almost eliminated. When it comes to the technology side or the digital side, using softwares, like Procore will improve the monitoring of the progress. So the project owners will be able, plus the contractors, will be able to collect real-time data by applying drones, sensors, whatever technology to capture real-life information, so the decision maker can make an immediate decision. All in all, both the new method of the construction as well as the contact, we are seeing a shift from labor-heavy construction sites to more industrialized, process-driven operations.
Okay. Amazing. Maybe I'll just jump to Al Habib Real Estate Company. So Abdullah Al Habib, you are a developer today, and MMC in construction technology, they changed the risk profile. Maybe that's a little bit has been said by Mr. Abdurrahman, but I would like to ask about not just risk profile, timelines, cost certainty of major projects that you are doing at Al Habib.
Thank you very much for inviting me to this session, and thank you for everyone to attending that. We hope that we give you some good information that it's be helpful for the market and the industry. For us, the risk is changed dramatically on our projects. One of our projects we did fully implementing the MMC construction way of method, and the risk is different inside. It used to be on-site risk, which is with the contractor, with the steel, with the labors, with materials that we know. The other risk comes with manufacturer or prefabricators that we dealt with. So you need to mitigate that risk. It's a totally different risk. It used to be a risk that on-site that you know, everybody knows, many contractors knows. But if you go with the MMC in the region especially, and I think in the world, you need to be very careful about your design, your system, and your reliable manufacturer, because the risk, if you don't mitigate it right, the risk of timing will be very hard, and the risk of cost will be also harder.
Yeah.
So this is what I think about the risk. The risk is different, and mitigating that risk need a different mentality.
Amazing, amazing. That sums it up. And you're pointing at Craig, so I'll jump to the question. Globally, Craig, what separates projects that actually successfully scale construction technology from those that struggle?
Yeah, well, first and foremost, I do want to say thank you for including me today. Being with these esteemed panelists is really an honor, and being here. So I've had 25 years of my career running a technology company, seeing the largest projects in the world adopt technology. And a lot of times we come in after they have had a failure of adoption of technology. And we've learned a lot along the way. So let me talk about what doesn't work, and I'm going to tell you about what we think does work. What doesn't work is if you don't have your systems internally already connected. The average construction company has 11 different siloed technology stacks, all of which generally do not talk to each other. So you have fragmented, unstructured data that is basically useless. So if you don't have that in place, it doesn't matter what technology you put on top of that, you're just putting a mess on top of a mess. So you have to have that house in order. The other thing is that a lot of times technology is rolled out as a pilot, and a pilot in a very pristine environment, which they have outcomes that everybody's excited about, the data's clean, the teams are all aligned, but in reality, when that pilot hits production, reality hits. You have teams that are constantly changing, you have data that's completely unstructured, you have all these challenges. So those types of things don't work. But let me tell you what does work, because we look for examples of this. The high-speed rail in the UK is a great example. They took 4,000 of their workers, these are the field workers, and they taught them how to use GIS. 85% of those workers had never used this technology before, and the project was a success. Well, so the technology wasn't the blocker. Why was it successful? It's because they empowered the teams, and they had the teams bought into the solution. High-speed rail in Paris, the underground that they're doing, that's another example of managing risk and getting all the team members bought in. It doesn't matter what the technology is, as long as you have a single system of record that all of the different parties play into. So the last piece of this is there's always got to be this central control tower, which is the information hub for everything on the job. But then you let the teams use the solutions that they're used to and integrate those back to the main system. So your leaders can make decisions, they can coordinate, they can collaborate, and they have a single source of truth to manage their businesses.
Amazing. Nicholas, I would like to ask you, where is Red Sea Global from all of this, first of all? And from your experience, where does technology adoption most often break down on construction sites?
Thank you. Thanks for the question. Thank you for having me here today. I think Red Sea Global has been a very early adopter of everything that we're discussing today. I'm in the delivery side, but I think what Red Sea Global is much more than that. Following from your point, we are not just the developer, we are the delivery partner, and we are also the operator of the assets that we're constructing. So we look at ConTech as one word, and I agree that a single source of truth is important, and we want to have it right early up front at the design stage. We want to have it through our procurement stages. We want to have it definitely in our procurement, in our delivery stages, when we will be using various methods of off-site construction. And at Red Sea Global, we've done a lot of different types, from volumetric to panelized to pods, to everything you can imagine and everything in between. And then as we go into operations, that same information becomes the data bank, as you said, where it's all in the one place for ongoing asset management. And I think that's where I see ConTech being a really powerful tool. But what doesn't work, and it's been a long time learning these tools. I've been 7 years now with Red Sea Global. We didn't start off with everything working smoothly. I think the example of 11 silos is a good one, to make everybody start to talk off the same page, to make everybody use the same tools. And I'll give you one small example. One thing that we do with our ConTech is we use it to track where the environment fits into what we do. So where our turtle nesting beaches are, where the endangered bird species are nesting, where the coral is particularly endangered. That needs to be mapped, and it needs to be put onto the databases, and it needs to be managed through the whole process, right into operations. Where can you dive? Where can't you dive? You know, that information can't be lost in one silo and another silo goes and ignores it. So our view is that it's a fully integrated solution, and our teams have been looking everywhere to try and get the best of the best to do that for us.
Amazing. Yeah. Amazing. Let me just refer another question to you. We're speaking about construction technology today. What practical advice would you give organizations looking to scale innovation without disturbing actual delivery?
I think what works is getting in early, and that often is working with the developer or the designer and the vision of the project. And we've done some of our examples A Japanese architect did a fabulously handcrafted beach villas and overwater villas. They were manufactured in Austria from cross-laminated timber and other timber pieces, put into containers, brought to the site, assembled out on an island. You know, very bespoke, very specialised. So the people in that specialised timber industry, you know, I think the word got around. Similarly, with something at a very large scale out on Shabara Island, the big orbs that we built overwatered, constructed in the UAE in a metal factory. Nothing quite like has been done anywhere else. So I think, you know, whatever our creators can come up with, we want the supply chain to be able to deliver some of those visions. Not always easy, but the outcome can be spectacular.
Amazing. Well, at Red Sea, you've done a great job.
Thank you.
Amazing. Craig, what are the biggest unmet needs for technology providers in construction, briefly? What would you say?
I heard the briefly. I will. I'll try to.
That's the most important one for them.
So the thing that we found is that construction in general, it doesn't have a data collection problem. It's a data utilization problem, and it gets back to that siloed set of information. So if you're trying to build at the scale and the ambition that the 2030 vision is building at, which is absolutely, you know, world class, you have got to have the foundations in place, which means you have to have your primary systems connected to one another, but you also have to get the buy-in from your team members, all the distributed stakeholders, that they are responsible to deliver the information to your main control tower so you can run your business. So no one is going to be let off the hook. Everybody has to contribute, and everybody has to know why it's important. But when you get that right, you remove the friction and projects get done.
Amazing, Craig. Thank you. Abdullah, I would like to ask you, you know, what gives developers the confidence to move away from, you know, the traditional construction methods that they are used to?
Briefly or not?
Briefly.
Okay. Actually, we tried one of our project is 600 villas, and we do it fully prefabricated with AAC, which is the lightweight concrete, and the buds for the toilets. So it was a very good experience, and why we decided to use it, because of a proving a track record with other projects in Saudi Arabia. So we have the lesson learned from them. We have some specialized people from them to use, you know, their experience in doing our project, and we did it very right, alhamdulillah. But we have a problem of the capacity of a prefabricator.
Yeah.
He couldn't match our demand. Okay. So this is one proven concept, proven track record. The second one, what I recommend everybody to do is to start step by step by using one MMC method to just start it within your construction. Then you upgrade the ecosystems all around to be a successful one for the economy and for the project. For the construction technology, I think it's a must. You need to do it and do it until the end, until the maximum you can. And we are doing BIM now 400. Now we are moving to 500, and we see the value out of this.
Amazing, amazing. Abdurrahman, I would like to ask you, first of all, what execution challenges still limit adoption at scale? And how can clients and partners better support contractors to actually accelerate implementation?
Excellent question. I think I will start with the cost. You know, who's willing to pay the extra investment? So if there is no incentive linked to the actual implementation of a technology, I think the contractors will always go for the cheapest option. When it comes to context, there is data privacy challenges, regulatory challenges, and the lack of specialized, in Saudi, I think outside oil and gas, we lack specialized prefabrication and pre-assembly companies. So those are the main challenges when it comes to adapting technology in Saudi. I think more of incentives driven or a mandate required by the customers and the owners, and also adding incentives to whatever in every project. If you are a contractor who would like to bring a construction technology or a MMCC,
we'll give you a percentage.
You will be compensated because that will be equal to saving time, improving schedule and cost, and less labor.
Amazing, amazing approach. would you like to maybe comment on the incentive part? And I will ask you the question.
Or mandate.
The savings all go to PIF.
All right, we start with PIF, we end with PIF. We are in their homeland today, and apart from modern methods of construction, how does PIF see technology and innovation in construction in general within its portfolio companies?
Yeah, so with the PIF, we see ourselves as a value creator. And with innovation and technology in construction, that amplifies our value creation role. You know, you have to be ahead of the curve with innovation and technology. We look at it in three points. One is that we adapt technologies that are already proven in the world, and we have to adapt it quickly with the private sector in our development companies in order to maximize the benefit out of it. Reduction of costs, reduction of reworks, etc. The second point is that we invest in a VC mindset, venture capital mindset, where we look at technologies that are in the startup phase, where we screen these technologies, scout them, use the development companies as test beds for these technologies to pilot them, and then we scale them. Our aim is to reduce costs, increase efficiency, reduce time, make these technologies need to be commercially viable, technically viable, that could have a big impact on our development companies. In addition, within the PIF itself, because of the sheer magnitude of the projects that we're undertaking, we're actually adapting 8 AI-powered platforms that help us understand what's happening on a project-by-project level and on a company level, whether it's schedule, design, cost, quality assurance, quality control, health and safety, and procurement.
Amazing.
This could not have been done unless we've worked and partnered with the private sector in order to share that knowledge and bring it into the PIF.
Amazing. All right.
May I add just 2 points for Musab? Yesterday we sponsored the first acceleration program for Contech. And with a few of my colleagues here, we're working on BIM mandate in Saudi, advocating and supporting for a BIM mandate, because without a BIM mandate, we will be behind.
Yes.
Amazing.
It's amazing.
Amazing. We've got PIF, Bechtel, Al Habib, Procore, and Red Sea Global on one stage. This is heavy, but we don't have so much time, so we would like to thank the panelists for being with us today, and a big round of applause. And thank you for sharing all of this information.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have, of course, one more session on this stage, and then we close it up until tomorrow. The next session is Financing the Future, how PIF contractor financing program is unlocking credit and expanding construction capacity. And this session will be moderated by Mr. Lucien Ziegler.
On? Welcome, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us. We're going to be talking about how the PIF's contractor financing program is unlocking credit and expanding construction capacity, financing the future. It's a very important topic. It's a very complex topic, and it's one that we want to tackle through storytelling. Who you see on this stage is the full, pretty much value chain of this workflow that has been built out to attack a very serious problem, which is that construction operates with one of the longest cash conversion cycles of any major industry. And because construction touches every other sector in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia especially, this is something that matters for so many different sectors in the kingdom. It's the enabling layer, of course, for every ecosystem. And of course, there's a construction boom right now in the kingdom. So there's a lot to tackle here. And I want to begin first with Omar Khan from ElSafe, CFO. We need to ground this conversation in operational reality. Talk about the scale of financing required for tier one contractors like ElSafe, cash flow pressures that you feel, despite the financial position that you guys are in as a tier one, which is strong, how contractors step in to support their supply chains, especially because many subcontractors are not inherently bankable in the same way that maybe others are. I'll kick it to you to kind of lay the scene out for us.
Sure. Thank you, Lucian. Pleasure to be here. Just in terms of defining the size and scale of what we're talking about, let me just start by saying at the moment we have about $1 trillion of active construction projects in Saudi Arabia. So that's 3.7 trillion, give or take, over 3 years. Every project requires, sizable project requires some sort of financing. It could be either financing for small subcontractors from their other projects, or it could be financing from the banks, or it could be tier one contractors that are financing themselves. So whichever way you slice it, there's a massive amount of financing that is required to run and build these projects. Now, every project, I've actually never been on a project that hasn't undergone any change. Change is inevitable, right? Whether it's design change or schedule changes or you name it, prolongation, extension of time. So if we say there's 3.7 trillion of active projects, and let's, for argument's sake, say change is about 10% of the contract value, that's 375 billion over 3 years. So every year, in essence, what we're saying is 125 billion of change is happening. This in itself is outside of what the banks are financing. The banks will typically finance 80% of the project value. You can use that for working capital facilities, and the rest, all of this 125 billion is on top. Now, for tier one contractors like us, we have relationships, with all the major banks. We have bank facilities, and we obviously get project working capital that plugs into our projects. When you go down to tier two, tier three, or to the subcontractors, construction in Saudi Arabia is like a pyramid. And if payments from the clients are late, or changes or variation orders are late, it starts to have a trickle-down impact in terms of the other layers down below, and then we get paid late, we pay late, and then this sort of trickles down. And what that creates is a real liquidity problem in the system. And I think we're going to talk about some of the solutions in terms of how we solve that problem. But it's a massive issue in terms of the construction ecosystem itself. And construction is one of those industries where it's not a switch where you can just turn it on and turn it off. We're talking about multi-billion real projects. Once you have boots on the ground, once you've ordered the materials, you know what your long lead items are, you have to go and execute. There's no stopping. And it's one of those things that we try to manage as we go.
Yeah, the stakes are high, and that is the situation. And so we'll go over to Abdullah Abubakar from the National Infrastructure Fund, NIF. As the structural enabler, we've sort of learned a little bit about the problem, which I want you to pick up on. And then I want you to talk about, please, NIF's role as a state-backed catalyst that shares exposure without displacing banks as one of the solutions. And again, what everybody's sort of seeing here is this sort of ecosystem problems require collaborative solutions, right? And so we need this kind of collaboration, and that's what we're putting on stage here. Please,
Yeah.
Bella.
Thank you, Lucian. So, complementing what Umar is saying, there is a massive construction activity in the kingdom that is going. He said $1 trillion. I know that the number could be even way bigger than this within the coming 7
I
years.
was being conservative.
Yeah. So we're talking about massive construction activity that has applied a lot of pressure on tier one contractors that got cascaded to project owners because they didn't have a lot of options to choose from. They would be choosing from 4 to 6 to 10 maximum contractors, which that will trigger a concentration risk. It applied also another pressure on the lending capacities with banks. They're reaching their credit limits, they're reaching their legal limits as well. So NDD from PIF, which is the National Division, the National Development Division, proactively worked with us to design, or first of all, to assess what is the issue exactly. That's one. Two, to design a proper solution that could amplify the base of mid-tier contractors to support, I would say, the project owners, to support the lending capacities from the financiers and the banking system, to diversify the risk properly. We discovered that there are multiple issues, it's multidimensional issues, but one of them was that mid-tier contractors didn't or could not find, I would say, access to funding easily. Okay, and for that, we then devised a proper solution, which is in a form of a guarantee we provide at Infra to guarantee 50% of the credit facilities of the mid-tier contractors. And accordingly, we managed to, I would say, unlock the potential for their growth and accelerated, I would say, amplifying that capacity of mid-tier contractors. And because Tier 1 contractors started to work as financiers, and this is not the right thing to do, okay, to their subcontractors. Last week, we signed our first transaction with Roshan as a project owner and Sabak as the contractor. And we definitely, we have a lot of, I would say, hopes, and hopefully we're going to walk the talk there. We are also very flexible to calibrate as we go, to adjust and to improve and to loosen the terms if required. And that's the intention moving forward.
Mabruk on your signing right
Thank
before
you.
the private sector forum too, so it's a nice, very well timed there.
Thank you.
Ritesh, let's move to you with Saudi Re. Let's bring in here the supply chain solution, which is surety bonds.
Sure.
And maybe begin by sort of explaining what those are and how they fit into this flow that we're talking about, as you know, guarantees for the insurance market.
Very true. So thanks for this question. What happens is, let me begin with saying that what insurance does is it translates trust into liquidity. Now, what these two gentlemen just mentioned, that there is a lot of requirement for capital and liquidity, right? And where is this most of the liquidity there? Most of the liquidity is blocked either in your LC margins, your heavy collaterals, right, with the banks, and that's the only source that you have right now, right? So insurance-backed guarantees or surety bonds, as we say, what does it do? It first frees up your working capital. Second, it gives a level playing field for most contractors. So you're actually trying to do, what you're trying to do is get off their balance sheet, not only the balance sheet support, but we're looking at technical, financial, operational expertise for them to be available for executing those contracts. So we're looking at performance-based, right? What we are going to do also is also bring in credit insurance, which is also going to provide further liquidity because it provides the option of off-balance sheet financing. So banks don't have to rely necessarily on the balance sheet. They are relying on an insurer, a A-rated insurer or a reinsurer like us, to fund the businesses or the contracts, and which are long-term in nature. So these are the two products which will generally bring about the additional liquidity in the business. Now, what does that additional liquidity mean for the industry? One, it brings up the supply chain efficiency. So what we're trying to see is that get your purchases probably in more efficient manner. You can get a better bargain or a better deal with your suppliers because they are more secure right now. Secondly, it focuses on innovation as well, right? Because innovation in construction industry is also the thing, you know, and how do you invest in that? So these are the two most important pillars of credit insurance or the surety backed or the insurance backed guarantees which you're talking about.
So, and we talked right before we got on stage here. You've come from Singapore and then Dubai, now to Riyadh. What lessons did you bring and best practices did you bring from your previous work, into the Saudi market, and then what's unique here that doesn't exist?
So there are, the pros and cons in both the areas, right? Like, so one of the requirements for these two products to flourish is transparency. Transparency in the financial ecosystem. Today, if an insurer or a banker or any financier has access, a free access to the financials of any contractor, he's able to take a better decision, a faster decision. So that's one of the requirements over here. The best part of this region right now is that there is a lot of action right now. So there is going to be a lot of traction. You're going to attract a lot of foreign funds. You're going to attract a lot of foreign insurers or capacity providers. So these are the two areas. If you are able to balance them well, I think this would mean a very, very good future for the next 5-10 years.
Yeah, this place is definitely hot, and you can feel it. Not the temperature yet, although we're going to get there. So Ben from Red Sea, let's talk about your experience from the owner's perspective, and what you can uniquely do is validate this model in practice. If you would speak to that, please.
Yeah, thanks very much. Thanks for the invitation to speak today. I think a lot of people know that I've spent most of my career as a contractor. So these challenges that we've been talking about in the panel so far today are quite personal to me, and I've lived through them as a contractor. And I think it gives me probably a unique perspective from a developer standpoint to be able to really put our weight as Red Sea Global behind these initiatives. So when the NDD launched the contractor financing program at the event last year, we saw a flurry of activity through our procurement that was in process at that point in time. Lots of contractors wanting to know how could they register, how could they avail of these new products. Because when you put it into the numbers, we're talking about tender bonds. Now, we at Red Sea Global, we don't use them, but a lot of the market does. And a tender bond will typically be up to 5% of the bid value. The tenure of them can be 90 days, more often 180 days, which is tying up your bonding capacity, which a percentage of it, depending on the balance sheet strength of the contractor, will be cash backed by the bank. So you're locking up the cash, the working capital, constraining it before they've even won the tender. When they're still in open competition, there might be 3 or 4 bidders, and the bond hasn't been released because a decision hasn't been made on the bidder. So, having an insurance-backed product that doesn't tie up your working capital when you're bidding for work stimulates activity. You then move into the actual construction stage once the contract has been awarded. The next 2 bonds are the advance payment bond, typically in the market 10% advance payment. If you are, again, a contractor with a good balance sheet, not necessarily a large cash margin held against it, because the bank will, give the guarantee based on your balance sheet strength. But if you're a mid-tier contractor without a big strong balance sheet, it becomes an awful lot more challenging, and the banks will insist on a much larger cash margin against that advance payment bond, sometimes to the extent that actually the advance payment isn't available to fund construction works because it's all there to fund or as security for the guarantee itself. So the insurance option unlocks that blocker in the marketplace. Then you come into the performance bonds, typically 10% for the construction period. At the taking over certificate, our ones reduced down at that point to 5%, and performance bond returned, and then we're into retention afterwards. The missing part of the jigsaw for us at the moment in terms of the insurance market, and Ritesh and I were just talking about it before we came on the stage, is the retention bond. The retention, again, sucks a lot of liquidity out of the marketplace. Cash retention, not uncommon for it to be 10%. It builds up during the construction progress so that by the time the works are physically finished, the developer is sat on 10% of the contractor's money. Now, like it or not, the margins in construction are not big enough that contractors can stomach 10% of their money being held, and everything be fine and dandy from a liquidity perspective. So that's the sort of next stage of the evolution for us, is to see if we can move into the retention bonds, which will also tip more liquidity back into the marketplace. But just one sort of final point from me, which is in terms of the uptake. 2025 for us, as I mentioned earlier, the program was launched at this event last year. as we sit here today, I believe you've underwritten about 120 million of surety-backed bonds. So that represents probably about 10% of our construction contract spend last year has been channeled down through that surety bond market, which is that's 120 million of cash that potentially is with those contractors. So I see it as something that's deeply positive for the industry, for us as a developer. It opens up the market to people who don't have such strong balance sheets and can't afford for cash to be sat there to secure the traditional bank guarantees.
Yeah, it's amazing. So you knew this pain point going in as a developer, and then became a project owner and said, "Oh, I know exactly what the problem is, and we want to be part of the solution." That's amazing because this was launched last year, 1 year ago. So here we are, 1 year later. We have identified the problem, which you guys have mentioned as a key part of the solution is to really understand how to attack this. Here we are, 1 year on. What's a success look like going forward here? And I can start with you as well first. How it crystallizes.
So I'm just going to take 2 cents. In terms of the issue that we're talking about, and one of the real solutions we've just talked about is the surety bonds and providing liquidity for tier 2s and tier 3s and subcontractors and enabling the construction ecosystem, right? But if we just take a step back and say there won't be one solution for this. There's got to be several solutions across the board that will solve this problem. And in the beginning of the discussion, I mentioned potentially 125 billion if you say 1 trillion, right? So 125 billion of change that is happening every year. There's another on top of the 1 trillion, there's another 600 million that's in the pipeline. So we're talking about 1.6 trillion of construction projects. 10% of those construction projects are going to go through change, right? So I think we also have to keep an eye on, well, these projects are going to occur. We're going to come up with all these tools to provide liquidity, but there's a massive amount of change that is actually happening, and that change has to be financed. So how can we sort of improve the change management process within the entire ecosystem, right? Whether it's contractors, whether it's owners and clients and so forth. How do we speed that up to make sure that those things get resolved and we don't spend 8 months, 10 months, 1 year, 1.5 years on variation orders that need to be approved, right? Because the clock's ticking. So there's a whole bunch of other things that we need to also think about in terms of solving this. But this is a fantastic product. Obviously, it goes a long way in terms of solving the liquidity issue. But there's other bigger challenges, I think, that we also need to think about to move this ahead.
Abdullah, can you speak to that, the next steps here? And you've got this great start. Where next?
So the size of the program is 10 billion. We haven't consumed a lot of that yet. I hope that by the end of, let's say, 2027, the entire thing is fully consumed.
Inshallah.
And we expand the mid-tier, and we normalize the capitalization of tier 1. We improve the governance through the program of the contractors, because definitely they require, I would say, some sort of development and improvement of governance. So we're going to link our our guarantees to improvements in the governance and the policies and procedures of those mid-tier contractors to enable them to become a proper tier 1 EPC contractors. I would say the sooner the better, of course.
Yeah.
So that's the intention.
Yeah, amazing. Ritesh, over to you. Sort of looking forward here. How do you scale? Where do you take it from here?
True. So as we scale, there are going to be 3 challenges that we're going to address over here. One is delays, defaults, and delinquencies. All right. With the kind of money which we are talking about right now, billions of dollars. All right. These are all 3 perils or risks which we are talking about have 3 different approaches. Right. So we need to have the right ecosystem in terms of legal ecosystem to also manage these. Right. You also need adoption. So we are talking about a coordination from end to end, right from the project owner until the consumer. Because the consumer, when Ben talked about the retention bonds, right? You know that the consumer is also affected with that. So you need from the project owner right until the consumer who has to participate into that and accept. So and which includes the banks, the legal ecosystem, which allows insurers to be also a part of the preferred creditors over here. So this allows us to grow much faster. So we are not talking about replacing banks here, but we are trying to say that the capital management is more efficient over here.
And banks are pleased. I mean, more for the balance sheet. So, Ben, final thoughts. What do you think?
Well, I'm a commercial guy by background, so for me it's about behaviours, and resonating very, very, firmly with you on your thoughts there. It's about changing the behaviours of people. Gone are the days where you can just beat a contractor to deliver the project and bury your head in the sand and pretend that change doesn't exist, and then wait for it to go to arbitration, lose the arbitration and blame it on the arbitrator. We actually have to positively embrace change. Change, as you rightly say, we incur change on every single project that we do. And I like to think that the difference that we make at Red Sea Global is that we accept that, we acknowledge it, we embrace it. I personally set KPIs for my team, to better the terms under the contract for, from receipt of a claim to resolution of a claim. This year's KPIs, they're all going to hate me even more than they do anyway, but they've got to close out final accounts in half the time that the contract allows them from the taking over certificate. And they're all small parts in the overall ecosystem that we say. Playing back to your point, that there isn't one single answer. It's there's lots of pieces in the jigsaw, and we all play our part. But really, the behaviours I think is what's going to drive the change through the market.
And where are we going to be 1 year from now? I mean, it's a very broad question, but if I may ask you, so like a lot happens in the first year. Next year, what does success look like?
So as you've probably heard from our other speakers today, we've got a lot of hotels to open this year. So we've got 8 more hotels at the Red Sea destination. We'll be launching and opening hotels at the Amala destination, which is another 8 hotels, the Corallium, the Amala Yacht Club. So going back to the commercial point I was just talking about, it's a massive year for us. That's 4,000 final accounts probably. Across all of those projects that we've got to better the contract terms, and we've got to keep on top of, we've got to deal with the change, we've got to administer everything, close everything out fairly, reasonably, in accordance with the contract, and develop those relationships with the supply chain. It's not a transactional, do one contract with us and never work together again. It's about taking contractors with us on the journey, wherever that may take us, whatever the pipeline looks like, throughout this year and into the future years.
Well, you have a big year ahead of you, 320 days left, so we'll end the session there and we'll get back to work. But gentlemen, thank you very much for this. I think it's very interesting and helpful.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
you.